Hello, everyone. Good morning or good evening.
Hey, good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Sai Pawan here. Actually, I could not attend yesterday's training because I've been told it starts at around 7 p.m. So I was not actively checking my emails, and then I understand yesterday late evening that training got moved to the first half. So will you be able to give some background on what has happened yesterday so that I'll be able to catch up?
Yeah, sure. No worries. Even we will be uploading the class recordings. All the sessions will get recorded on by Monday. You'll be getting the class recordings for both the sessions. Right?
Sure.
And yesterday we just had an introduction to DevOps. Okay, we just started with the fundamentals, introduction to DevOps, and the evolution of SDLC process, and how the DevOps is going to add value to the day-to-day build and deployment activities. What are the various stages of DevOps? What are the tools we are going to use in DevOps? On that perspective, we just had an introduction. And from today onwards, we are going to discuss about all the tools in detail. Like based upon each and every stage, we have some set of tools that will be used for the implementation. So we'll be discussing about all these tools in the upcoming sessions. So this training program you must be knowing, right? The timing would be like 9:30 a.m. to or it is p.m. Okay, so 9:30 to 1:30 p.m. IST hours. Okay, so please be clear with that. Not sure how it becomes 7:30 for your. Are you working from any other time zone or like?
No, I am from India, but I have been communicated by your executive that it.
This is the
So
time. Okay, no problem.
yeah, so there was some miscommunication looks like. So yesterday when I was talking to him, then he said it started at 9:30. So that's how I could not attend the first classes.
So no problem. So here today we are on day 2. It's 1st October. Right. So in today's session, we are going to start with our very first DevOps tool, which we use to manage a source code is Git. Version control system using Git. So ultimately, what is a version control system? Why we need this version control system? And what is a Git? And how you're going to use this in our DevOps stages. That's what we're going to learn here. So we are on the very first stage of DevOps. Like we're talking about the continuous development phase, right? Remember, in yesterday's session, we discussed about continuous development. So during this continuous development phase, developers will be using their development tools. Like they can able to use some Eclipse-based IDEs or any development tool to do their coding. Once the coding is completed, okay, what are the activities they want to perform? Like they want to perform build, unit testing, and code promotion. All these things can be automated through Jenkins. But in order to implement this, we expect the developers to publish their source code to the source code repository. So it means as part of the development, it is the response of developers to maintain their source code in the version control system like Git. So why we should maintain it in this form? Why can't we directly add it in a simple file system? There are a lot of things to be considered here. Let's say, for example, consider I have a developer who's going to create a Java web application. Okay, is going to create a Java web application. So if it is Java web application means I believe you must be aware of the process, right? Like as a developer, if you want to create an application, first you'll be creating a project folder. And within this project folder, you'll be maintaining all the project related files like Java programs, or it can be the test cases and the application properties and the what is it called, targets, right? So like this, developers will maintain their project folder. It will be developed in their Eclipse IDE. So once they save this file, or once they save this, let's say in this particular folder, they have a program like a signin.java. So this is just a simple Java program they just created in this folder. So similarly, they can able to maintain some number of components like index.html or JSP file. It's all depends upon the programming language that you can write some program, right? So let's say, for example, consider we have a HTML file, index.html. Listen carefully. So HTML means just HTML tag, right? Just to develop the web page. So whenever we create any file, and if we save the file in our file system, it will be saved as a static file, correct? It doesn't have any logical entity to identify the file. Assume that I'm a freelance developer. I do develop some web applications. In my local machine, I have created this index.html file, and I made some changes in the file. Let's say I just made around 5 lines of code in this file, and I want to test it. So when I execute this file, I can see that the response is, I'm getting a response as expected. It is working fine. Now I want to add more changes on the same file. So whenever I make any incremental changes in this file, I'll do test it again, correct? I'll just test this program again, and I should get the expected result. So this is how on day-to-day basis, developer will do their coding and development. So they are allowed to do any sort of incremental changes on the existing program, and they can test the scenarios. Like this, on daily basis, they can able to make a number of changes. So at one point of time, assume that the latest changes, whatever I made in this program, because of this latest changes, if the program is not working as expected, what should I do? Let's say today I just made some changes. Because of the latest changes, my program is not working as expected. So what will be my course of action there?
Either you should fix it or
Previous.
revert back to the previous.
Yeah.
So first I'll try to diagnose the issue, right? What went wrong? And then I'll try to roll back the issue. But in order to roll back the issue, I need to exactly figure out what is my latest changes, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
So how we
Yes.
can able to identify the latest changes from this file? We don't have any marker, or we don't have any mechanism to track the changes if you save it as a flat file. Even you can see this is a notepad I just created yesterday. So in between, I can able to add any number of changes. After 10 days, if I want to recognize the changes, it's very difficult to track it, right? So whenever we maintain any project or any source code as a flat file, means it is not possible to track the changes. For that purpose only, what we do means we just use version control system. So basically this version control system is used to version control the changes, and it is used to track the changes. That's it. So what it means, let's say using version control system, if I save the same file, let's say I just want to save the very first version or a copy of my changes. So whenever I save this file using version control system, it just adds one tag like this. So this is what we call as a tag or a version number, or it can be commit ID, whatever you can refer. So let's say for the very initial version of my changes, we have saved it as a version. Similarly, when I make any incremental changes, that changes will be added on top of it. It creates a new version there. Something like this. Like this, whenever we make any sort of incremental changes, it will create a unique version. So my latest version of my source code is v1.4. While I'm working on this, if I face any issue, if this version is not working as expected, means I can simply go back to my previous version. Is it clear?
Sai, what is the definition of version here? Is it like the day time when we commit in a day if I do it thrice, or at the end of the day it calls as a 10?
Not like that. Whenever you make any changes, whenever you update your file using the version control system, it means whenever you save your file using version control system, it creates a new version.
Yep.
It's not like end of the day or periodically. It's not like that. Each and every commit, each and every change you make in this version control system will create a new tag or a version. So this is about your version control system, basically. So any individual, any developer, even a DevOps engineers also will be using Git for our script management. So in order to work on this, first you clearly understand there are some concepts involved here. Like there are some types of version control system. So you understood the purpose of version control system now, right? It is used to version control. This is what version controlling means. And using this version number, I can able to track the changes. Tracking changes means who made the changes, what are changes that happen on that particular version, and when it has happened, for what purpose it happened. All this information will be maintained and be tracked. So there are various types of version control system. The very first we call it as local version control system. And the second type is distributed. And the third type here is you consider is centralized system as the second type. So what is local version control system means? Let's say, for example, consider I am a freelance developer. Okay, listen, please. I'm a freelance developer. I do develop some web pages and supporting my client. So this is my local machine. So in this local machine, I can able to create a number of projects and folders, and I can able to, if I want to version control the changes for tracking purpose, I can simply use it in my local machine. Got it? So this local version control system is meant for a single user within a single machine. If there is only one user involved in the process, then we can go with the local version control system. There's no issues. Got it? We can simply use local version control system within a machine. We can able to version control the changes. And at any point of time, if you want to revert the changes, or if you want to make any number of incremental changes with proper versioning, we can able to do that. But the main drawback here is it is meant for a single user interface. Only one user can able to use it. Assume that tomorrow my business is growing. I just deployed one more developer to my team. And he also works on the same project. So what are the changes I made? I have to share it with that user, right? This is user 2 and I'm user 1. So already I have created some project in my local machine, which is version controlled. Now this person also wants to work on the same project. So what should I do now? I should share these files to this machine, correct? So how I can able to transfer the file from one machine to another machine? It is not like, we are simply copying the flat files. It is a versioned file that is meant for tracking. So what we do means we'll be going with a centralized version control system. So in centralized version control system, there will be a common server or a central server. So in the central server, you'll be maintaining a repository. So this central server, which is having the source code repository, is common for both user 1 and 2. So the actual source code version or the copy will be available in the central server only. But if anyone wants to work on the file, they have to establish a connection to that server. And similarly, this guy also should be online to work on the file. Alright. So through online only we can able to make some changes, and what are changes you're making on the file, it will be permanently stored in the central server. Got it? So there is no provision to take a backup or do some offline work here. What are the changes you want to do? It should be done online. Only through online you can able to update it. You can't do any offline execution or offline code change. That is what the main drawback in centralized version system. Why? Because my entire data is moved into one central server now. And whenever I want to access it, I should be online. Due to some network issue, if I'm not able to access me, then I'm losing a data. Similarly, at one point of time, if the server itself got crashed, we'll be losing a data because we don't have anything in our local machine. Right. So this is the main drawback in centralized version control system. Like you can take any of the examples, like you're using Google Drive and all, right? Google Drive, the shared docs, and there'll be something called SharePoint drivers. So all these things we can be considered centralized version control system. If you are working with any Google document and all, right, you'll be updating it online. You never download it local and do the changes. It will be shared with more than one users, and updates can happen only through online, like SharePoint drivers and all. So such things we call it as a centralized version control system. And not to overcome this drawback only, we have something called distributed version control system. So in this distributed version control system, we have a user A and we have another user B. So on top of it, we'll be having one remote server. So in this remote server, we'll be maintaining the application source code repository, where we have a project version controlled. So I never called it as a centralized server, it is a remote server. That's it. And as a developer, let's say I'm a new developer joined to this team and I want to work on this project, means I can able to clone or copy the entire repository into my local machine. What are the repositories you have in your remote environment? It will copy it or clone to your local machine. And developer A can able to independently work on the changes. Even in offline mode, they can able to work because they got the entire copy into local machine. So it supports offline execution or offline execution also. So they can able to make all sort of changes. And once they finalize the change, if they think that the changes are ready to be shared with others, they can simply push their changes to the remote repository again. Similarly, user B can able to clone the entire repository into the local machine. They can make some code changes based upon the existing repository in the local machine. And once the changes are ready, they can push it back to the remote server. So now if you look into this, the repository or the data project document or a source code, it is available in all the three machines. It means it is distributed in more than one machine. Even if you lose your remote server, a developer is having a backup of it. Even if developer A loses his data, you can able to take a backup from remote server or from user B. So there is no loss of data here. And in real-time environment, in order to ensure high availability of your repositories and application components, we'll be having replicas of remote servers. replicas of the remote servers and repositories. So whenever I made any permanent change to the remote repository, just to ensure high availability, I just take a backup of it and maintain a separate repository. It's possible. So by this, the source code repository, whatever we want to maintain, it is distributed in more than one server to ensure high availability. And it is version controlled. Understood? So can you able to understand the difference between local version control system, centralized and then distributed?
Yes.
Yeah, got
Clear, right? Fine. So Git is a open source.
Could you please come again on distributed version control? Repeat once.
Git is one of the open source distributed version control system. So distributed version control system means a repository, a copy of repository will be permanently maintained in the remote server, which is version controlled. And as a developer, whenever we want to work on that repository, they can able to take a copy of the repository into the local machine and work on that repository independently, even in offline mode. And once the changes are ready, the changes can be pushed back to the remote repository in order to share it with other users. So the copy of repository is distributed more than one machines here with all the developers as well as remote server. And if you want, you can able to maintain a backup repository also in the remote environment. So like this, Git is one of the open source distributed version control system. It is used to version control changes, and it is used to track the changes, and also it is used to perform parallel development. Okay, it's used to perform parallel development. So this is what the basic properties of Git. So how to version control the changes and how Git helps to track the changes and how to do the parallel development, everything we'll see in the upcoming topics. So understood, right? So by this time, you should know what is the purpose of version control system and what are its types and difference between all these things. Right. Even yesterday, I asked you to create some GitHub account, right? Remember?
Yes.
Yes. So whenever we talk about the distributed version control system, we'll be having the local copy of the repository as well as the remote version in the remote server. So it means yesterday we had discussed about GitHub. GitHub is considered as a remote Git repository. Correct. It is considered as a remote Git repository. And if you want, you can able to bring it to your local machine and start working on it. And apart from GitHub, we have many other remote repositories in market. Like we have something like Azure repos, and we have something called AWS code commit, and we have something like Bitbucket, GitLab. Like this, we have many types of repositories available in market, which can be used as a remote repository. And in order to bring all these remote repositories into local machine, and if you want to start working on it, you need to install Git CLI in the local machine. Got it. Let's say I want to copy my entire repository into my local machine and I want to start working on it. And once changes are ready, I want to push it back to the remote repository. So these activities can be performed with the help of your Git client or Git CLI.
I have a question. Maybe it can be answered in further classes, but just want to know, like if A is working on local copy and B is working parallelly with the different functionalities, how both can be available at the same time on the repository?
That is what we call as synchronization, right?
Okay.
So whenever the ACE changes are completed, once he is completed his testing thoroughly, if you want to share the work to the user B, he has to commit or push his changes to remote repository. And once the changes are pushed to remote repository, user B can able to pull it into the local machine. Correct. So through remote repository only we can able to transfer the data from one user to another user. That's what we call as a remote Git repository here. So yesterday I asked you to create one account in GitHub, and I believe all of you have the account now. And all the class notes, whatever I created, I just shared with your people, right? Yes.
Yes.
So at this point of time, what you did, as soon as I copied what you did, have you forked the repository? Have you forked my Git
Sai,
repository?
sorry, did you just mention that you shared the class notes?
I'll talk about, okay, if you missed yesterday's session, don't worry, I'll give you the details. But have you guys forked the repository or are you simply using it?
We have Pope.
Yeah, we have forked that.
So it means it is a process of copying the changes from one repository to another repository. The remote repository you just copy to your account. Hello, is it clear? So don't worry, going forward, we are going to talk about many things like this. So in today's session also, I'll be copying all my notes, whatever notes I have, I'll be sharing it with your source code repository. Okay, we'll work on it. So in order to start your work with a version control system like Git, we need to focus on two important scenarios. One is at the local repository, another thing is remote repository. So we have something called local machine and the remote server. So in local machine, we'll be having the local repository, and in remote machine, we'll be having the remote repository. That is how the difference. So first, we are going to focus on local machine. So in this local machine, how to create a source code repository and how to manage source code repository, how to version control it in local machine. Once switches are ready, how we can able to push it to the remote server. That's what we're going to learn in this module. Shall we? So before I proceed, do you have any other questions?
No, sir. Good.
Okay. So in order to work on this, okay, first of all, we need to understand one important concept in Git that we call it as Git file workflow. Please pay attention, all of you. Git file workflow, or we simply call it as a Git workflow. If you understand this concept thoroughly, then your almost your 60% of a Git is completed. That much this topic is having a weightage, and it is implemented from local to remote as well as from remote to local, vice versa. Everything is applicable here. So let's say, for example, consider whenever I create a project folder here like this, as a developer in my local machine. First, let's talk on the local machine perspective. So in my local machine, I have created a project folder. Within the project folder, I have a file like index.html file. So where this file will be created basically?
It's in the local machine, right?
Yeah, in my local machine where I'll be creating a file.
on the project directory.
In a project folder.
So this file will be created in one particular directory, in a particular drive, like in a C drive, in a particular folder, I'll be creating it, right? So that is what here we call it as a working directory. So working directory means it is a physical location where the developer can able to manually create some files. He'll be having a complete control of this working directory. Like it can be a E drive or D drive. You can create a folder, and within the folder, you can create some subfolders and maintain the files as per his need. So working directory is just a physical location where developer will have complete access to it. And whenever he save any file in the working directory, it just saved as a flat file without any version numbers or without having any trace of execution or tracking per entity. If he wants to track or version control changes, whatever is saved in the working directory, using Git, he'll be adding the changes to staging area. And from staging area, this changes has to be pushed into, committed into local repository. Got it? So this staging area and the local repository are something completely managed by Git, which you install in the local machine. I told you we need to install Git CLI in the local machine, right? So this Git CLI, whatever you install in this machine, this Git client will be internally maintaining this staging area and local repository. So whenever you want to version control the file, let's say I have created a file here, like index.jsp file I've created. It is just saved as a flat file. Now I want to version control it. Version control means I need to assign some unique identifier, like the tag numbers or commit IDs. And I want to version control it. In the case, I have to commit these changes into the local repository first. Only if you commit your file in the local repository, it will be meant for tracking purpose. Otherwise, it will be simply considered as a flat file. So in order to add or save your file to the local repository, first you need to add it to staging area. So once you issue git add, it will just add the file to the staging area. Got it? And from staging area, you can give git commit. So once you commit the changes, the same file will be committed to the local repository, but with some commit IDs, like something like this. So this is how in any real-time environment we'll be maintaining our versioning. Clear? So ultimately in a local machine or local environment, if you're working on Git version control system, we'll be having 3 different areas. First thing is a working directory, which is completely owned by developers. And second thing is about a staging area, which is something used to temporarily maintain your changes. And then the local repository that is used to permanently commit your changes. So between your working directory and local repository, there is something called staging area. This is also called as index area. So what is the purpose of the staging area means? It is just to keep your changes temporarily. Like before you actually commit it, you can able to, if your intention is just to track the changes, you can able to add it to staging area and start tracking it. Once the changes are ready, if you are okay with the changes, you can permanently commit the changes using your git commit and it will be added to your local repository. So the process that the terminologies might look tricky, maybe for the initial few minutes, but once you start using it, once you start practicing it, it will be very easy. So Git is one of the easiest module. Okay, so ultimately you should understand the workflow. Workflow means whenever we create any file, we should add it to staging area. And you can keep the files in staging area as long as you can. Because the main purpose of maintaining staging area is just to track my changes. Got it? I can able to make any number of incremental changes. It can be tracked here. And once I'm done with all the changes, if I'm ready to commit, I can simply issue commit and commit to the local repository. And once it is committed to local repository, from there, you can able to push it to remote repository. So further it will be issuing git push command, and the same file will be pushed into this remote repository here like this. So clear? So this is what the basic workflow. So create a file in local machine, add it to staging area, and from staging area just commit it to the local repository. And from local repository, just push the changes into the remote repository. Easy? Any question?
Sai, I have a question. So Git CLI and Git desktop client both play the same role, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, one doubt. You said staging area is to track what are the changes we are changing, right? If we it is in staging area. If we are doing changes in our working directory, opening that index.jsp, is it also is it also changes in the same JSP file which is in stacking area?
Only if you add the changes to staging area, it will get updated in staging area.
Okay, again we have to move the changes to staging area, right?
Yeah, whenever you make any incremental changes, if you want to track the changes, if you want to add to staging area, you should give git add command.
Okay.
So I have one quick question. I joined late, sorry for that. So the Git CLI is equivalent to Git CMD because my machine has CMD only.
Yeah, that is what both are same.
Okay, thank you.
And it is just a version. We have various versions of the Git client. It depends upon the requirement, we can make use of it.
Okay, thank you.
I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it in some time. So now, based upon this understanding, I'm going to give you the complete Git workflow now. So ultimately, please understand there are three different areas. One we call it as working directory, staging area, and local repository, the local machine. So whenever you want to commit anything to the local repository, you can't directly move from working directory into local repository. It is not possible. Only through staging area, you can able to add it to the local repository. First point. Similarly, consider you have some files present in your local machine. Okay. And if you want to version control it and move it to the remote repository, that can be done only through local repository. From local repository only, you can able to push the change to remote repository. Directly, you can't push it to the remote repository from working directory. Understood? So that is what the point here. So as a user, developer, if you want to version only changes, you should do it in local machine and just move the same version to the remote repository in the future. So I'll talk about all the things are actually commands: git add, commit, git push, and all it's command actually. I'll talk about it. So now, based upon this understanding, if you look into the bigger picture here, listen please. Consider a scenario. Consider a scenario. I have a remote repository. So this remote repository is having some file system, whatever we have. This is my remote repo. It can be a GitHub repository we can consider for that matter. Now assume that we have a developer from his local machine. He wants to access, he wants to work in the project. Similarly, we have another developer, B. Okay. So now point here is the repository is already available here. It is having some source code. Got it. Now developer A, he wants to access the repository for the very first time. So whenever we try to access the repository for the very first time into the local machine, we'll be issuing the git clone. Git clone means it is a process of copying the entire repository along with its versions into the local machine. And in this local machine, you know what are the areas we have, right? We have working directory, staging area, and then local repository, correct? Similarly, in this local machine also, we'll be having the working directory, local staging area, and local repo. Local repository. So now, when we perform the git clone activity, the changes will be updated in the working directory. What are changes we have in the remote repository will be updated here, and developers can able to make some incremental changes on the repository. Like normally, you know the workload of developers, right? What kind of activity he'll be doing on day-to-day basis? Developers either he'll be working on new project, or he'll be working on some enhancement project, or he'll be doing some bug fixing activities, right? So no. If you say the developers,
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
report, either he'll be working with what do you call that? Completely a new project. He'll be starting from the scratch, or it can be something like enhancement,
Yeah.
and or bug fixing.
Yes.
Only these things he'll be doing. Apart from, they don't have any other task to do in any IT project, right? So if it is completely new project means
Yes.
you will be creating everything from his local machine. He is the person who is creating the repository in his local machine for the very first time. And then he'll be pushing to remote repository. By the time in remote repository, there won't be any source code when it comes to new project. But if it is an enhancement project or bug fixing, it's not like that. Repository is already available with some source code. He has to bring that source code to the local machine first, correct? So on that case, you'll be using git clone command. So git clone is used to clone the entire repository into his local machine. And always the git clone is considered a one-time activity. Got it? And once he clones the repository, he can able to make some incremental changes on the working directory. He can add new functions or capabilities. And once he's ready, what he can do, he can issue git add command to add to staging area. Got it? And once he add to staging area, he can able to issue git commit command to commit change to local repository. And now what are the increments he made here? It is available in local repository that he can able to push it to the remote repository. Understood? Hope you're getting this workflow now. Similarly, if developer B wants to bring his code to his local machine for the very first time, he can simply issue the git clone. The clone will copy the entire repository into local machine, and he can able to make some changes here. And once the changes are ready, he can add it to staging area. And from staging, he can commit to local repository. And from local repository, you can push the changes back to the remote repository. So like this, more than one developers can able to make their incremental changes on the local machine. And once changes are ready, that will be published or pushed into the remote repository. Got it? So this is scenario 1. Now assume that developer A has pushed some changes and developer B has received it and you start working on it. Now developer B made some incremental changes and the changes are pushed to the remote repository. If developer A wants to get those changes, what he can do now?
Again, want to copy the again want to
It's like
copy from the remote repository.
Yeah. So in this case, already developer A is having the base repository in his local machine. He wants to consider only the incremental changes from developer B, right? What are new changes developer B has made? We have to bring those changes to the A's machine. So in this case, you can't use git clone because git clone will again copy the entire repository local machine. Since you already have the repository local machine, if you just want to consider the incremental changes, you can able to issue the git pull command. Git pull. Git pull command will take the incremental changes from the remote repository and updates the local repository of user A and the working directory. So git pull command will update both working directory as well as the local repository of the target machine. But if you don't want to update the working directory, if your intention is just to check for the incremental changes, you can use git fetch command. So git fetch and git pull that is used to handle the incremental changes. If your intention is just to check for the changes, if you don't want to work on the changes, but you just want to know if there is a change happened or not. In the case, you can simply use git fetch command. So the git fetch command will identify changes and update the changes in the local repository alone. It won't take you the changes to the working directory. But if your requirement is to update the working directory with the information, you can use git pull command. All right. So the process is something like this. So let me summarize this.
So yeah, so the fetch is actually syncing the remote and local repo.
Fetch will always check for the incremental changes. And if there is any changes available, it will bring the changes into the local repository, not to the working directory.
Okay.
And if you want to bring it to working directory, you should use git pull.
In Sai, in practical life, how does developer A even aware that developer B has made some changes to a file?
Come again?
How does developer A will be aware, or how will he come to know that developer B had made some changes and he would have to review it? How will he even be intimated, or how will he be even knowing?
Yesterday you were there in class?
No.
Okay. So we are in DevOps era. Okay. If you are in Agile methodology, this question will definitely arise because in Agile, everyone are working on silos. Okay. They just work on their task and they will least bother about what others are doing. But the main objective of DevOps is to promote the collaboration between the teams, right? Yesterday, if you look into this, so ultimately DevOps is a strategy which helps to promote the collaboration between the teams. It is not just between your development team and operation teams. Even within a team, if you have 5 developers, each and every developer should know what others are doing. If there is no proper collaboration, then your DevOps implementation is a failure. That's what the first point you should consider. Got it? But still, Git is providing the capability to understand changes. So as a best practice, what we recommend is before you push any changes to the remote repository, you have to issue a fetch command or pull command to keep your local repository in sync with the remote repository. It's like a thumb rule.
Yeah.
Whether the changes happened or not, that is secondary. But if you have any changes, and if you're ready to push the changes to remote repository, before you push, just give fetch and pull to keep your local repository in sync with the remote. That's it. So that
Sorry,
the target user
there
has
is
made changes or not, it will reflect in local.
sorry, there is a follow-up question here. So when we perform or any user A for the developer performing fetch or pull, okay, suppose they are facing an issue like conflict. There are some files which already they are working. It has some changes in the whenever they made a fetch or pull, they found some conflicts. Means there are some kind of uh, code mismatch or some issues. How that could be handled?
Hello, am I audible to all?
Yeah, yes. Yes,
Now
sir,
you
you are
can.
audible.
See, conflict is a very, very expected issues, okay? Because in a multi-user environment, whenever the source code repository is being used by multiple users, definitely conflict will occur. Okay, you can't avoid that. Got it? But you should have a mechanism to handle it. So we have a lot of strategies to handle those conflicts. We'll see while working on those topics. Got it?
Sure, sure.
So now we are just discussing about the Git file workflow. So what are the points we have discussed so far? Let me quickly summarize this so that it will be there in your registry. So what is the very first thing we discussed here? We talked about Git clone. So what is Git clone? What I said about Git clone?
To copy the
Getting
entire
from the remote
repository.
repository to the local, creating a new structure.
Actually, it is for the very first time.
Remote repository to
local
machine. Okay. And once it is done, the entire repository, entire remote repository into the local machine. And then we discussed about Git add. What is it?
adding new files to the
index area.
Staging the changes.
Add the changes. Add changes from
staging
Staging
area.
it.
Local to staging.
From local repository to staging.
From working directory.
Working directory.
Working
to
directory. Yeah.
To
index area.
Staging
area. So please understand the source and destination. Okay, that is very much important. And what about Git commit? I said
commit is to final
Submitting to the
final
local
repository.
Local repository.
Remove the changes from
Staging from
staging area to local repository.
right? Then we discussed something about Git push command.
Git push.
What is it?
It's pushing from local repository to the remote repository.
It is from local repository to
remote
repository. Good. Fine. So apart from this, we have something called Git fetch.
Git fetch and Git pull.
Okay. So what is the purpose of this?
To get those incremental changes to be in sync with.
So both Git fetch and Git pull are used to handle the incremental changes from remote repository. So if you say git fetch means it is just to check for changes. If there is any changes available in remote repo, if there is any, if there is any incremental changes, it will be fetched into the local repository, not into the working directory. So please be clear with this point, okay? It's a very important thing to remember when it comes to fetch. So fetch will just update the changes only in the local repository. It will never update changes in the remote or local working directory. And what about this fetch git pull?
You
Git pull, it is
and to
used
perform.
check for the changes in remote repository. If there is any changes available in remote repository, it will update the changes in both local repository as well as in working directory. Got it? Any question?
What is the difference between fetch and pull? I'm confused.
See,
Or both of them are
you are working in a multi-user environment.
right?
There are nearly 20 users, developers are working in your project, and all you people are using the same repository.
Mm-hmm.
Correct? So assume that you are a user,
Okay.
and the remote repository is getting updated by multiple users from the remote environment. Right? At a time, there are a lot of changes happening here.
So before I commit, that's the best practice to hit fetch or pull is what they say.
Yeah. So if your intention is to work on their changes, means you can issue git pull command. Git pull will pull all the changes from the remote repository into your local machine, and it will update your working directory as well. So that it will be available for you to make some changes.
Okay.
But assume that your intention is not to work on the changes, but you just want to check if the changes happened or not.
Okay.
In the case, you can simply use git fetch command. Correct?
Okay.
Because
so fetch
you
will
must be working
only
in
alert. Fetch will only say that there is changes. It will not get the code.
Code into working directory. It will not get the code into working directory.
Okay, it is only a kind of a flag which says, okay, there are changes.
Yeah, updated in the local repository.
Okay, fine.
See, there are some scenarios also, like if you can relate it with your real-time projects. Let's say as a developer, this is user A, okay? So as a developer, assume that I am working for a release. So to work on this release, I am relying on one file. File 1 is what my requirement. And this file 1 is being updated by user D. Okay, user D is working on the file. And once he updates a file in the remote repository, I'll pull the data and start working on it. In the meantime, other developers also must be working on different files. I'm not concerned about all these things. So what are changes I want to make? Only that changes I have to bring it to my working directory and start working on it. Other changes are just to keep my repository in sync, that's all. So whenever you're interested to work on any changes or any file, you just pull it to the working directory. Otherwise, just simply fetch and check for the incremental changes and proceed further. So in real-time environment, whenever working on any remote repositories, as a developer, if you're done with the changes and if you want to push it to the remote repository, always issue the pull command and keep your repositories in sync. I'll show you. If you're not doing that, what are the conflict will occur, everything I'll show you with some demo. So that is about the git fetch or pull. And apart from this, we have something called fork. Do you remember what is fork? Yesterday we did it, right? What you did actually using fork command?
You
Copied
subscribe
your
to the
repository.
directory.
Copy to remote copy, right?
That makes sure that master repo is, sync with the local repo. We can have a copy of all the required files from the master repo to your local repo. Not local, basically your account repo.
That's it. So this fork option is used to copy one remote repository to another remote repository. That's what you did, right? I shared my remote repository and you forked it into your remote repository. Correct? This fork action has not copied into your local machine, right? It is available online now. That's what. So that is a basic difference between clone and fork. It's a very important equation. So whenever we talk about clone, it is a process of copying the whole repository into the local machine. But here fork means it is a process of copying from one remote to another remote repository. That makes a difference. Understood? Any question?
Sorry, I did not attend the yesterday's session. Could you please explain what is the another remote repository? Is it that to another machine or what is it?
Okay, so for the people who have not created the account in GitHub repository or something, I'll just share this link with you. This link. You guys try to create an account. Not now. Maybe just make a note of it. I'll give you time to do this. So if you get into this link, it will allow you to create an account, and this is what we call it as a remote Git repository. So all the class notes, what I'm going to share, everything will be available in this repository only. Okay. And if you want, you can able to take a copy of that remote repository by using fork option. So let's say, for example, do you remember what is the repository which we have created yesterday? That is
training documents. That is training documents.
Yeah, training document. That's right. Okay. So whenever I share any changes in the repository, it will get automatically updated to your remote. And once it is updated at any point of time, you can able to gain access to that. Don't worry, I'll be sharing that link on daily basis. I'll be sharing the link with you people.
Just I have a question about other command. Suppose there is a user, they made a pull, and suppose they want to revert back to that old, the code. What can be done?
You have the capability. You can able to revert. We have an option to revert or reset.
Okay.
Got it. Guys, I pinged you one more link now. In that link, you can able to see the actual content. So yesterday I've just shared this link with you people, and here you can able to see the class notes along with some PDF document. Got it? So please you bookmark this page, and going forward, whenever I make any changes in the repository, you can able to gain access to that. All right, just for information. Hope everyone can able to access this link now.
Yes.
Just check if you can able to access the link. At least you can create account or sometime later. I mean, especially people who missed yesterday's session, can you able to access the link?
Yes.
Thanks for this confirmation. So that's all. These are the fundamentals you should understand before you start working on it. So now let's get into the process. Okay, what are things we have discussed so far? We are going to practice it now. So in order to do this, the very first requirement is we have to install Git CLI in local machine. So in order to install Git, I'll be sharing one reference material or an online reference, the official page. So this is a page from where you can able to download Git. Let me put this in chat window. And I'll update it in class notes also. So now, if you are using Windows machine in your local, if it is a Windows means, you can follow this link, or any Mac users can follow this link. So for all the Windows users, just click on this Windows option. Please observe here, don't try anything now, just listen what I'm saying. Just click on Windows, it will take you to this page. And here you can able to see there is something called 64-bit Git for Windows setup. Just click on this, it will download an exe file. Click on this 64-bit for Windows setup, it will download an exe file. Just execute the exe file to install the tool in your local machine. Correct. This is option 1. And for Mac users, you can able to use this option. Like hope you must be having Homebrew package manager in your machine. If not, just click on this Homebrew button link and install Homebrew, and then execute this command. It will install Git in your machine. Any Linux users, Ubuntu or any other users? Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you are
Yeah.
audible.
Yes.
Yeah. So what's the progress? Are you doing this now? Are you able to install it? Can you just try once?
Yeah.
Okay.
All Windows users just click on this 64-bit for Windows setup, and Mac users can follow the step. Any Ubuntu users in local machine? Okay, no problem.
Yeah, running.
So in Windows machine, it's just a very straightforward. Okay, just click on next. Don't change any default parameters. Just click on next till it gets successful.
No options, no icons to be changed.
Yeah, Windows user just go with the default settings. Don't change any parameters or options.
system.
We done with this?
Yes.
Yeah, installation is done.
Not
Uh,
yet.
Not yet.
Hi, Sai.
yeah,
Yeah.
any
Yeah.
challenges?
So for the editor, what do we have to choose? Is it Visual Studio or Notepad?
Just leave default settings, okay? Don't change anything there. Just click on next.
Okay. It says BIM. I don't know what that is.
No, just ignore it, okay? Just click on next. No need to touch any of those parameters.
Got it.
The app called Git Bash. Sai, are you speaking? Are you on mute?
Hello, am I audible or not?
Yeah, now you are.
And now only, yeah.
See,
Yeah.
thing is that whenever we install Git CLI in our local machine, for Windows users, I'm saying, Windows user can able to see Git Bash, GUI, and CMD.
Right.
So just click on Git Bash. We'll be working on Git Bash actually.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it? Shall we proceed or you want to have some time, some more time?
Yeah, done. You can go ahead.
Any challenges? What about Mac users? Okay. So I just expect you people to install this and ensure that it is installed successfully. So once you open Git Bash, or even if for your Mac users also, once you open the terminal for Git, you can say Git version. So the very first command which you can able to give and check for the installation is git --- version. So if you get your corresponding version, it means your installation is successful. All right.
Oh, it's showing 42 for me.
That's not an issue, whatever it is.
Okay.
So you're getting the, once it is installed, issue git --- version terminal from your Git Bash and get the version. That's it. So this is what I expect from you people now. And just keep all the things aside. If you're done with the installation, that's more than sufficient for now. So don't practice anything now. Just listen what I'm saying now. So first thing is maintain the repository structure. So let's say, for example, if you're using your Windows machine means, let's get into the E drive. If you don't have E drive, try with D drive or C drive. And in this E drive, you can create one directory. I can create a directory as per your So now this is my drive. Within that, I want to create a root directory. And within this root directory, I want to create one more directory, mkdir, like repo 1, and then cd to that repo 1. So what it means here, ultimately, I'm going to create one folder structure. Folder structure will be like this, e:/sa October 23 /repo 1. So this is what my working repository, and this is just a root directory. Because whenever you try to create any Git repository, that should be meant for a specific project level. So as like that, you can't open a Git terminal and execute a Git commands there or Git repositories there. You should know in which path you are currently working on, your folder structure or the folder's current directory. So always, please have a habit of utilizing this. Otherwise, it might collapse the entire, file system for version controlling. So please ensure that you have a root directory, and within the directory, you have one more repository. Similarly, if you want to work on another repository, you can create one more directory at the same level, like report 2.
So I have only C drive. Is it okay to continue in C drive?
Yeah, if you have C drive, just in C drive itself, just create one folder, parent folder. And within the parent folder, you create one more subfolder. So here only you'll be giving all your Git related activities. Understood? Do not create your repository directly under the C drive. Easy? Fine. So now let me show you this demo. Don't practice anything now. Just listen what I'm doing. Because simultaneously, if everyone started to practice, it will create some conflict. Okay, so better you first understand. You can take your own time to practice it. So let's get into this now. So just go to your Windows machine, git bash. And here, I'm going to execute a command, e:. So I want to get into E drive. So I give cd E drive, control is in E drive now. And here I want to create a folder, mkdir, like sa. What is yours? DevOps, October 23. cd sa DevOps, October 23. So now I am on this particular directory. PWD means present working directory is this one. Under E drive, I have this parent directory. And here I'm going to create one subdirectory like mkdir sample repo 1. So ls, you should be able to see sample repo 1 is available here. Just go to that folder, cd sample repo 1. Easy. So all these things are Linux commands, okay? Like creating a directory, getting a list of files, and navigating from one directory to another directory. All the things are basic Linux commands. You guys are aware of the fundamentals of Linux, or you want me to give some more inputs on that? Okay.
Yeah, if you can share the important commands that we will use, then
That's what. So
it will
what
be
are the
useful.
commands I'm going to use here? You can make use of it. Okay. Like if you see here, in this case, I just used a cd command to change the directory, mkdir to create the directory, right? Like that, just while we practice itself, you'll get to know. And in addition to
Sure.
that, if you want, I can give some reference materials also for Linux.
Okay, thanks.
So now that I am on this particular directory, that is sample repo 1. So what we are going to do here. So if you look into the workflow, I was talking about the developer's workload, right? So whenever we talk about developer's workload, it can be a new project or it can be an existing project. Assume that as a developer, I want to start a new project, new repository in my local machine. So whenever you want to create a new repository in your local machine using git CLI, the command here is git init command. Correct. Git init is just to initialize the repository. See, it has initialized one empty git repository in this particular directory. Git init. So this command, it is used to initialize empty git repository, and it also create .git directory, and the default branch called master. So this is what the basic property of git init command. So whenever you want to create any new repository, you need to use git init, and this will create .git directory and the default branch called master branch. So whenever we talk about distributed version control system, the entire process is based upon the branching only. We never create any individual files in a file system. So it is a completely like a branch-based working model. So the initialization will create one new branch called master and .git directory. So what is the purpose of git directory means? As I said already, your git is going to version control changes. It is going to maintain some additional information. Apart from the actual source code, it is going to have some more metadata about the version number, tagging, the references. Like if you're talking about branch means a branch name. So all these details will be maintained by git directory. And also I said something about the staging area and index area, right? So the complete information about the staging and index area, it's all maintained by git within this directory. So if you look into this example here, so as soon as I give git init, it has created one master branch. And if I say ls, ls is used to get the list of files and folders. I don't do anything, but if I say ls-a, I can able to see .git directory. So -a is used to get the list of hidden files as well. Correct. So if I simply say ls means it will show only the files which is available for access. If you want to get the list of all the hidden files as well, just give ls-a in Linux. So .git folder is the hidden folder that is created and maintained by Git. If you just want to explore it, just give cd to that folder. See, currently we are in Git folder now. It is a Git directory. And if you say ls, within the directory, it is having some components like head, config, description, all those stuff. So these are all something used by Git for its internal purpose. We are not supposed to even touch this. If there is any issue in this file, or if this file gets corrupted, then your entire repository will get corrupted. So better do not try to edit this file. It is just for internal processing. Understood. So we are concerned only about the working directory. That is this level. Here you can able to create any number of files as per your choice, but do not update .git folder. See? Any question? So understood the purpose of git init, right? Git init is used to initialize the empty directory. It creates a git directory as well as creates a master branch. If you want, I can repeat this. Let me go back to my previous folder. I am at this level now. Let me create a new repository for you. mkdir sample report 2. And let me go to the directory cd to sample report 2. So if I want to initialize the repository, what should I do now? As of now, just a new folder I created. If I want to initialize the repository, what's the command?
Git init.
Git init.
Git init.
So git init will initialize the new empty repository by assigning a master branch. And I should be able to see the .git folder available here. Got it? So now, in order to start your work in this repository, you can able to create some files. That's what the file changes. As of now, there is no file available here. And if you want to know the status of the repository at this point, there is a command called git status command. See here, the git status command is used to get the status of a repository. It says we are on branch master, no commits happened yet, and nothing to commit because there is no file created at this point. The folder is completely empty, so there is nothing to commit. So what is supposed to git status? It is used to get the status of git repository. Right.
So a quick question. So at what circumstance we create like new repo?
Whenever you try to create a new
Like
project, I told you, right, as a developer, if you want to create a new project, that will be considered new repository. Correct? If it is the enhancement, it means we never create a repository. We just clone it from the remote machine. Got it?
Okay.
So first we'll focus on this level. We'll work on all the fundamental commands related to local machine. Then we'll move on to the remote repository.
Sure.
So now that I've created one repository, as of now, there is no files. So let me create a new file here. So in order to create a new file in Linux, there are various options available. One of the options is like if you want, you can use echo command also. Like if you say echo hello, echo is just like a print statement, output statement used to print some message to the console. Okay, in Linux. Similarly, if I want to save this content to a file, I can simply select echo hello to that file name, file1.txt. I want to create a new file with this content. Now, if I say ls, I should be able to see the file is created. And if I give cat file name, cat is a command used to read the file content. I can able to see this file contains only one record. Got it? So before I create the file, it says the status says no commits happened and nothing to commit. But now after creating a file, if I say git status, see what it's saying? Till now, we never made any commit, but there is some untracked file present in your repository. Correct? The file1.txt is considered as an untracked file in this repository, and it is giving a recommendation to issue git add command for further processing. Got it? So now the file is present in the
local.
Local means?
It's in the working directory.
The working directory local machine.
Yeah, we have just created this file in the working directory now. Correct. This file is available in the working directory. It is considered as untracked file. And if you want to move to staging area, what is the command? What's the command to move to staging area?
Git commit. Git add.
So please try to recollect this. Git add is used to add the changes from working directory to staging area. Commit is to commit to the local repository from staging area. So in our case, it should be git add followed by the file name. Done. So you can ignore this warning. Okay, it depends upon the file system. You might be getting some warning in Windows machine. You can ignore this warning. So now if I say git status, see what happened? Earlier, before I issue git add command, it was saying untracked file. But after add command, if I say git status, it says changes to be committed. So changes to be committed means what it means? The changes are present in my staging area now. It has to be committed to local repository. So in order to commit the changes, we can simply say git commit -m followed by the commit message like created file1.txt. So whenever we issue a commit, we have to issue with a valid commit message. The commit message is just a description. For what purpose I'm making the commit, I should give a proper description here. -m is used to pass some commit message. Because whenever we talk about tracking the changes, for what purpose we make the changes, that has to be tracked. For that, we need these details. So just say git commit -m followed by the commit message. You can see it has committed one changes. And this is what the commit ID, unique commit ID assigned to the commit. So once the commit is done, if you say git status, you can able to see we are on branch master, nothing to commit. Working tree is clean. What it means?
Sai,
There is
Sai,
no
one
uncommitted changes
question.
available in this repository at this point of time. What are changes we made? Everything is committed to the local repository and it has been committed to the local repository.
Master branch.
And if you want to get the list of commits, you can say git log. See here? Can you able to see this? Git log command is used to get the list of commits. What are the commits we made so far? You can get the list of commits. And it also shows the author who made the commit along with the written time when the commit happened. And what is the commit message we issued while committing the changes. So this is what we call as a tracking purpose. And now, apart from this, if you notice, there is a head pointer. Head pointer means is a pointer that helps to point to the current or latest commit of your current branch. All right. So this is how we just make some incremental changes and commit the changes in the local repository. Okay, what's the question?
Multiple files. How to commit the multiple files?
We'll go one by one here. Don't worry. Just let's go step by step. Huh?
Okay.
Any question in this workflow? So I was just trying to explain you this workflow, how to create a file, how to add it to staging area, and then how to commit to local repository. And upon commit, what is the actual status? What is going to happen here? That can be written by the help of git log. If you want, I'll repeat this again for you. So I'm on git branch master. If I say ls, already I have file created. And what is the status of the git repository now? What is expected here at this point?
Committed.
It is clean. Working tree is clean because there is nothing to commit. Everything is updated to the repository. Now let me create a new file. Echo record1 file2.txt. I've just created a new file in this. And in this case, if I say git status, what is the output? What is expected here?
So it said
There
there
will
is
be
untracked file.
untracked file.
Yes. It will consider this as an untracked file and it is expecting us to add it to staging area. So now what should I do? Git add followed by the file name. This file will be added to staging area now. Once it is added to staging area, if I say git status, what is expected? Changes to be committed. It means the changes are available in staging area now. It has to be committed. So what's the command to commit the changes?
Git commit.
Commit -m followed by the message like created file2.txt. That's it. Now if I say git log, you should be able to see we made 2 commits in this repository so far. So this is my latest commit. In the latest commit, I've created file2. And this is my previous commit. So if you observe the head pointer, in my earlier stage, when I issued git log command, the head pointer was
It
pointing
was
to the
pointed to master.
not master. It is pointing to the previous commit. But now it is pointing to this commit. So head pointer is used internally by Git. Always the head pointer points to latest commit of your current branch.
Oh,
Current
okay.
branch is master and it is pointing to latest commit of your current branch. Tomorrow, when you add one more commit, this will move towards the latest commit.
Okay.
I'll talk about this head position or head pointers in some time later, but as of now, understand the log command, git log command helps you to get the list of commits. And in this case, you can able to get the author details, person who commit the changes, you get to know about his details, and date and time of commit as well as the commit message along with the head pointer. Okay. So now the very important thing is I've just initialized a repository and created a file and committed it. I never defined any author details, right? Correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Then from where it is picking up these details?
So you already logged in? Or?
From
No.
GitHub account.
No. So that is what we call it as Git configuration. For your level, you just install Git, right? You guys have just installed Git. So
Yeah.
without this configuration, you can't do any commit. Correct. If you want to make any changes or if you want to commit your source code repository for the very first time, you need to update the author details. That is expected. Even you could have tried it once. Just create a folder, add some content, and after adding git add command, you can issue git commit. If author name is not defined there, it won't allow you to commit the changes. So first we have to, let's say, as once the repository, I mean Git is installed, your very first activity within the repository is you'll be giving git init command. Okay. So for your level, you can say git init. And after issuing git init, what you need to means you need to configure git for author email ID. That is mandatory. So how to do that means we have git configuration. We have two types of configuration. One we call it as local configuration. And another thing is global configuration. So local configuration means this is applicable within the repository in a specific repository. In local machine. And this global configuration is applicable for all the that's a basic difference. So how I can able to perform this activity? What are the commands or instructions I can able to use here? Let's say first let's talk about the local or global here. Let me give you one example. If I'm talking about a global configuration means simply say git config. Guys, please listen to me. Don't do anything there. Git config -- global.
Right.
We can
That's
see your
not
notepad
visible.
It's
only, right?
we are yeah, it's in the notepad only.
Yeah, I'm on notepad only. What's the problem?
Yeah, now only it's
Config.
showing. Yeah.
git config
The
-, global followed by the user dot name. You can give any name for that user. And similarly, if you want to configure the email ID, just say git config -, global followed by the user dot email and mention the email ID. Something like this. Okay. So this is about the global configuration. So when you execute this command, the name and the email ID, whatever you configured, it is applicable at the system level. That means all the future repositories can able to use this parameter while committing. And the same thing if you define it as the local level. So if you want to make any local changes or local configuration, just remove this parameter. So if you're not using this global tag, means it is considered as a local configuration. So whenever you configure this, the changes whatever we made here, it is applicable within the repository. Clear? So let me execute this once. I'll show you. Already I just configured it, and I believe I made it as a global configuration. So let's say, for example, git log. This is the author ID and the email ID I configured here. Now I want to make some local configuration. Simply say git config followed by the user dot name, and I can say like something like this. Earlier it was saying that Logsci ETA. Now I just want to change it to Logsci. Just config username.email. Sorry, user.name. That's it. It's done. Now I can able to make some changes in the any commit. I want to make any new commit. Let it be file3.txt, and let me add it to staging area. And then let's commit it. Git commit -m created file3.txt. Correct. Now if we say git log, the latest commit, whatever we made, it is using the configuration what I just updated. Can you see this? But all my previous commits were using the previous author details. But now latest commit is done by this user. This is applicable within this repository because I made as a local configuration. Now, if I go back to my any other repository, let's say if I exit from here, sorry, I mean CD. If I go back to this, and if I create a new directory here, let me create one more directory, CD to that sample 3. And if I say git init, and if I say go file1.txt, and if I say git add file1.txt, and if I say git commit -m created file1.txt, and if I say git log, what is expected? What is the expected username?
Logsci.
The Logsci ETA.
This one or this one?
ETA. Logsci ETA. Because there you didn't give the global.
Got it. That is what the difference. Whenever you mention anything in a local configuration, that change is applicable within the repository. But when you come out of it and if you try to create work in any other repository, it takes the global configuration. Now, if I want to set it as a global configuration, what I can do, I can say like git config -, global. And then I can say like user dot name is Logsci. That's it. Then after, whenever I make any changes And if I make a commit out of it, I should be able to see it is updated here. And even if I go to any other repository also, this will be the updated one. So any question here in this config? So it is your very first responsibility before you even create a file. As soon as you give git any command, you should first configure your username and email ID using this command. So just go with this global configuration. Just create a global configuration and make the changes. Correct. Are we good with this?
Yeah, sorry. Shall we control the user from not creating this and set it up as a default from somewhere?
This is where you can able to do it, okay? Because it's all depends on the project requirement. Okay, based upon which ID he wants to, because it's just for tracking purpose, right? Sometimes the user will be using their own ID, or sometimes it will be based upon a DL or group ID, or sometimes project ID. If they want to make any project details or project related email or IDs, we can mention there. So we can able to make it.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Fine. So what is the purpose of adding this email ID and the name means? Let's say, for example, this repository is created by my team member. One of my team member has created this repository. Now I want to review his changes. I want to review as a reviewer. I just want to review his code change. So when I simply say git log, I'll be getting list of commits. So if I want to check anything on this commit, how I get know the user? For that, I need his name and email ID. If I have these details, directly I can reach out to him if I need any clarifications here. Got it. That is what the purpose of tracking the changes means. Easy? Are we good with this?
Yes.
Yes.
Fine. Now let's continue with our Git repository creation, Git add, Git commit. We have a lot many things to do. We'll see one by one. Want to have some break or we can continue?
You can have a break and then shall we continue?
Yeah, a few minutes break, please.
Few minutes means? Okay, you can have a 10 minutes break.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah.
So I've tried to, I was able to access DevOps intro class notes from the GitHub link what you have shared. But there is another AWS retire account creation steps that I'm not able to access.
I'll talk about it. Okay, I'll talk about it. Huh? Just give me some time. I'll come back to that.
Okay. So yeah, I was thinking that it's already given yesterday and I've some
No, that is
permission.
not, that is not a priority. I'll talk about it. I have that in place. Okay, maybe by end of the session I'll talk about it. It's for everyone actually. We'll discuss that.
Okay.
So
And Saif, on this one, Git will be doing some practicals also.
yeah, of course we are doing
On the
practicals.
commands.
Yeah. So what are things you're learning here? It's all practicals, right? So
Yeah. No, what I'm asking is, will we be doing a hands-on assignment?
yes, that's right. I'll be sharing it. All right, guys, just I started the timer. If you want to have a quick break, refresh and come back, we'll continue. So shall we continue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let me proceed further. Okay, let's proceed further with our Git commands. So now that we have initialized the repository, and we should know how to configure the default username and email ID for tracking purpose. So this command should be executed before the very initial commit. Commit. Okay, that is very much important. And now we'll see how to add more files, how to work on add commands and commits and all those stuff. And the status also we have. And I added the log here. Git log. Okay. Let me clear the screen. Okay. So let's begin. Let's start from the scratch if you wish to have. So sample repo 1. I think this is empty folder. Its status also says nothing. So remember, this is the very first directory or repository I created without any files we have now. So let me add some files. Let's say echo record 1. Because as of now, we never made any commit, right? So there is nothing committed. So simply say echo record 1 file1.txt. And you can simply say git add followed by the file1.txt. And you can say git commit -m followed by the message created f1.txt, something like this. So this message should be relevant to the change whatever you're making. I'll talk about that separately. Now, as of now, we have only one file called file1.txt, and the status also should be clean because we have committed all the changes. Now let me add few more things like echo s1.txt. So I've just created a new file, and if I say git status, what is expected? So this s1.txt file is considered as an untracked file. And it is not mandated that as soon as you create a file, you have to add it to staging area or you have to add it to the commit local repository. So if you want, you can able to create another file as well. Like, because project means that's what now we can able to create a number of source components. s3.txt, or it can be my q1.java, q and like q2.java, or it can be like l1.html, l2.html, or something like readme.md, right? Or readme.doc. Like this, we can create a number of files in the working directory. And if I say git status altogether, you should be able to see these many files are considered as untracked files. Okay. If you want to add all these files to the staging area, you can do it. Or if you want to add a specific file, you can do that. So this format is like git add. I hope all are listening to me, right? Don't try anything there, okay? Please listen. Git add followed by the file name. So which file you are interested, just enter the file name. That's what we did earlier. If you want to add one more file, just give a file name. Just give one character space between the file names. That will allow you to add more than one files. See, 2 files are added. Now, if I say git status, these 2 files are to be committed. It means these two files are added to staging area, but remaining files are still there in working directory as untracked file. Now, this is one option. What I did here for git add, we use git add followed by the file name. If you want to add more than one file, you can say git add file 1 space file 2. Like this. Just give one character space and enter the file name so that it will be allow you to add the number of files as per need. Clear? Something we did here. And apart from this, if you want to add all the files based upon some file type, it's a git add asterisk dot java. What will happen now?
Fetch all the files ending with.
So it will add all the Java files
to staging area. That's it, right? So this is another. So using some wildcard symbol, you can able to identify the list of files. That's also possible. So in this case, all my Java files will be added to staging area. Got it? Or irrespective of a type, if you want to add all the available files in staging area, you can simply say git add dot. So what are the files you have in staging area? Everything will be added to, what are the files you have in the working directory? Everything will be added to staging area if you use dot. See? Now everything is moved to staging area. So there are some options available for git add command. It depends upon the files you can able to decide. If your intention is to add all the files, okay. Is that clear? So in real-time environment, we'll be frequently adding using this option, git add dot. Because developers know, as a developer, you know what you're doing, right? So you can simply say git add dot. It will add everything to a staging area. Any doubt here?
Yeah, if you want to untrack, what we can.
You can unstage it. You can remove from staging area.
Okay, how can we do that?
So the next thing is about the git log command. So already we have seen about the git log, right? So whenever we talk about git log, it is going to get the list of commits, whatever you made. So if I say git log, you can see there is only one commit we made in the repository. And I have already made some changes here, right? So if I want, I can simply say git commit -m followed by the commit message created project files. It's all added there. Now, if I say git log, I should be able to see we made 2 commits. In this commit, we have updated all the files to staging, to your repository. Like this, we can able to make any number of changes. Let's say git echo record 1 w1.text git add and then git commit -m created w1.text. Similarly, can add one more commit. If we say git log, we should be able to see these are the commits we made in the repository, right? So if it is going beyond a page, you can click on, press enter. It will take you to the next page. So if you want to come out of this command, just give Q. Press Q from your keyboard. It will come out of the command. So like this, a repository can have n number of commits as per your progress. So there are various options to use in commits log also. Let's say if you simply say git log means what is the output here? It is showing you the git commit ID along with the author name, date, and then message, along with the head pointer. As I said, head will always point to the latest commit of your current branch. It will point to the latest commit of your current branch. So if you're not interested to view all these details, if you just want to get the short commit message or commit history, you can simply say git log --- one line. Git log -one line. So this will get you just the short commit message, commit ID, along with the commit message, whatever you passed. So if your intention is just to know about the commit ID, means you can use -one line. Because I know I'm working on the local repository. I know the author details and the date and time. I just want to know about the commit ID. Means I can able to use a short description here like this. Git log -one line. There's another option. And along with that, if you want, you can able to use some parameters like git log -statistic. See here, when I give git log -statistics, this will get me the complete list information about the commit. Like in this particular commit, what I exactly did, in which file I did the changes. So in my latest commit, I have created one new file called w3.txt, and I have inserted one record in that file. That's what the change I did. Similarly, in my previous commit, I have created w2.txt with one record change. Like this, if you want to know more information about your commit along with the file name and number of record changes, we can use statistics parameter. Git log statistics parameter. So with this, we can able to not just going to get the detail of the author, we are going to get the detail of the file name also. What is the file name? Like if you say enter, page down, you can able to see in my second commit. In this commit, we have had these many files. Hope you remember. In the second commit, we added these many files. Each file has one record. Like this, a statistics command will get the complete list of files which got updated in the commit. And apart from this, there is one more option, git log -3. See here, I can have hundreds of commits in my repository. But if I want to see the last 3 commits or last 2 commit means, I can use this value here. So if I say git log -3 means, it will display the last 3 commits. If I say git log -2 means, it will get me the last 2 commits. If I say git log -1, it will get me the last commit details alone. Because I'm not interested in all those previous things, okay? It can have hundreds and hundreds of commits, that doesn't matter. For my transaction, last 10 commits or last 5 commits, I want to see the means I can use this. So if you want, you can able to use it in any form, like one line -3. I just want to know the last 3 commit IDs alone. So you can add this -3 as part of your one line option. Hope you all understanding the differences. Are we good with this?
Yes.
Yes.
Fine. Not only
Sai,
that, you can see here, we have something called statistics. I want to see the last 2 statistics. It will get me the details. So we have an option like git log -3, or you can able to add it this in this form. Got it? And in real-time environment, we'll be using this as a very frequent option. Okay. Let's say, for example, git log one line. If I execute this command, it will get me the short commit ID. So I'm more interested in commit ID only. Why? Because only with the help of commit ID, I can able to get the complete information about that. Let's say there is a command called git show command. Git show followed by the commit ID. See? The show command, what is going to means what we exactly did in this commit, you can able to get the details. It will get you the commit ID, author name, date and time, along with the commit message. And not only that, it is also show you the file name, which file you have modified and which record you have modified. It will get you the list of records also. Like in this change file commit, we made one record change. We just added one record and it's available here. So the plus symbol denotes we just added a record. If it is a deletion means it'll be like a minus symbol. Got it? Like this, you can get the commit ID by using this git log command, and using the commit ID, you can able to get more information about that commits. See? In this commit, we made these many changes. We have created these many files. So what is the difference between show and statistics now? What is the difference between show and statistics?
Statistics shows the commit ID, and show will gives the entire detail about the what are the changes we made in that
Exact commit.
exact
Using the
commit.
ID.
Yeah. So statistics is just an option for log command, but show is ultimately a command that is executed based upon a commit. So if you want to get the complete history or details of any specific commit, you can able to issue show command, and this will get you the file name along with the record changes. But if you simply say git log --- statistics, means it will not show the record number or actual record. It just shows the file name along with the number of records you may changes. But what is the actual value in the record? It won't display anything there. So this is how you can able to differentiate. Correct. So now you can understand the purpose, right? I was talking about version control system. It is used for tracking the changes. So we made a number of changes in the repository in this project folder. So once the changes are made, how we are tracking it? By using show command and log command. This all matters. Okay. So the next thing is there is something related to your difference. Difference means, let's say I have a file. ls. I already have some file here, like readme.md file. Let's say cat to this file. I can notice there is only one record. I want to make some incremental changes in this record or in this file. So let's say, for example, echo record 2 readme.md. Similarly, I can able to make another record, add another record. And I can able to add this. But before I add this file to the staging area, I just want to know the existing content of the file, which is there in local repository. For that, I can use simply git diff. See here, the git diff command, it is used to compare the files that is present in the working directory and the local repository. So what are the changes you made recently and what are changes that is already available in the repository? It will be compared. So now if you look into this flow here, already this readme file is having only one record in my local repository. I'm just trying to add 2 more here. That's what the difference. So there is a provision, okay, before you add anything to staging area, if you want to verify or if you want to compare the changes, you can able to use git diff command.
And Sai, how was it recognizing that I record REC2 and REC3, I would have to compare with REC1. It's the same file. Is it because of naming convention?
We have used the commit ID, right? We have added something to the staging area. We have just created some file, right? So with the help of that, using compare change between working directory and local repository. So it means I just added a change into this file name. Now it will search for the file in this local repository. If the file is already commit local repository, what is the content of the file? It will pull it. And what is your latest changes you made? We'll be comparing with that one.
Got it. Thanks.
So this is the way your Git directory will be used. The Git directory just means a temporary record of all these things. Yeah, what's the question?
Yeah. When we are giving git log -1 one line, we are getting the commit ID, right? It's this commit ID will be in the 7 characters. But when we are giving the log without one line, we are getting the big number commit ID.
Yeah.
So what it will be, which is the commit ID, exact commit ID?
No. If you say here git log -4, so it is going to get me the complete commit ID. This is the actual commit ID assigned for that commit.
Okay.
Got it. And if I simply say git log one line, it will get me the short commit ID. So in order to uniquely identify the commit within a repository, it will refer the first 7 characters of it.
Okay.
The first 7 bytes of this commit ID is more than sufficient to uniquely identify the commit.
Okay. Thanks.
It's all randomly generated, okay? Don't worry about it. Fine. So that is about your difference command, okay? So before you add any changes to the repository, you can simply compare the changes and you can get the differences. There's one thing. And consider a scenario. I've just wanted to add something to the repository. Like here, let's say git status. Okay, there is something we have modified. If you see here, I just added a record here, right? 2 records I've added here. And let me commit this. Git commit. Or I think I need to add this. Git add. And then git commit -m. Update it. What is it? readme.md. Now if you say git status, this is clean. So now let me create some new files here. Or I'll do this in different folder. Git init. And let me give git, echo record1 f1.text and git add and git commit -m created f1.text. And if I say git status, what is expected? Working tree is clean. And I have only one file. So let me add a new file here. Echo record1 f1.text or f2.text. And similarly, if I should git status, this record 2, one which you added to f2.x, this file is something new, which is considered untracked file. And if you want, you can able to add it to staging area, right? So say git add f2.text. It is added now. Now if you say git status, it says changes to be committed. Means I have some new changes present in my staging area. I can commit the changes, or I can able to revert the changes. I can able to cancel the changes. I can able to remove it from staging area. So in order to remove it from staging area, we have a command called git rm command. So see guys, please listen. The changes are present in your staging area, not in the commit or local repository. So if you say git status, it says changes to be committed. So all that I want to do is, what are changes you have in the staging area? I want to remove it. So simply say git rm followed by the parameter -cache parameter and file name f2.text. So if you execute this command, what will happen means it just removes the changes from staging area, but the changes will be back to your working directory. So say git status. Now again, it is considered an untracked file. Easy. So to remove the changes from staging area, you can use a command git rm -cache followed by the file name. So here also you can able to pass all the options, like you can give a file name, or you can give more than one file name with one character space, or you can use asterisk.java or dot, everything is applicable. So all the files, whatever you have in the in the staging area, it will be removed. Removed means this will take the changes back
from staging
to working directory. Correct. Correct. This is what the purpose of this command. And at any point of time, let's say, for example, I have just added a file in the staging area, and I feel like that file is no longer required. I don't want to just remove from staging. I just want to remove permanently from working directory. Let's say, for example, let me add this again, git add. And now if I say git status, sorry, you can able to see it is added to staging area. Now what I can do, I can say git rm -f followed by the file name. So when I execute this command, and if I say git status, it says working tree is clean. And if I say ls, that file has been permanently removed from working directory. Correct. So that is an option. So reverting the changes or removing changes from staging area means there are two things. Either you can able to do it temporarily or permanently. If you say git rm -f followed by the file name, this will remove the changes working directory. Understood? This is a data loss, okay? You'll be losing the data. The file, whatever you created in working directory, it will be permanently removed. You can't get it back. So that is what the two different options to undo the changes from staging area. Is it clear? So this is a very frequent activity we use, -f cached. Why? Because assume that I have nearly 10 files present in my staging area. As of now, there is nothing. So let me add some changes here. let it be like q2.text, add it, and q3.text, and add it. Yeah, sorry, I think there was some misconception there. Let it fine. Okay. So now that we have created these many files, and if I say git status, it is clean. I just commit everything. What it means here, what are the files you have in your staging area, everything will be committed. But assume that I have had 3 files in staging area, but I want to commit only 2 files. What you can do? The video point. Assume that I have added 3 files in my staging area, and I just want to commit only 2 files out of it. What
We can
do?
unstage one of them, one of the file, maybe.
Yes, that is the only option we have.
Okay, I just took a guess.
Git echo. It would be like git add and echo. See here we have 2 files here. If I simply say git commit -m, what will happen? These 2 files will be committed to the local repository and it creates one new commit ID. But I am not interested in one file. So all that you should do is you should unstage it. If you want, you can give this git rm-cache to temporarily move to working directory and then commit the changes, or you can permanently remove it. That is how we can do. While committing the changes, you can't apply any filter. All right, that is one thing you should consider first of all. That is about reverting changes from your staging area. Any question till now? Any question here?
Can we just give the file name, for example, to commit if there are 3 files? So can't we just give those file name which we want to commit?
No, you can give a message name only. The file names can be passed only at type of staging area.
Okay.
So if we remove one file and push back to the remote repository, will it remove from remote also the file that's got removed here?
Yes, what are the incremental changes you made in the local repository? If you're pushing it to remote repository, it will reflect there also.
Oh, okay.
So the next concept in Git is about git ignore.
So if I delete a file from the local repository and not check in, commit it, it will delete the file if it is already existing in the remote also, right?
You have to push it, right? If later changes, you should push it to the remote repository. Then only it will reflect there.
Okay, but then that's a possibility that it will be deleted from the remote also. Okay.
Yeah, that is what the point, right? So the next important concept is about git ignore. So let's say, for example, okay, let's take this project folder, for example. So in this project folder, I have some Java programs, I have some test cases, I have some test scenarios, I have some application properties, I have some target folder, which is going to have some artifacts, right? So I'll be having a number of components available here. If it is a main project, you'll be having form.xml file. All these things are considered as the configuration files and the artifacts that are associated to this project. And whenever we talk about the version control system, our intention is to version control the source code changes. Because sometimes you'll be creating some class files also, right? So the class files, var files and all, it is the outcome of the build. Once you perform build, it creates artifact. That artifact is what here? And it is not required to version control all these artifacts at this point of time. As a developer, what we do, we have to version control only the source code. It can be Java program or JSP program, something like that. So apart from that, if you don't want to version control any of these files, you can simply ignore it by using git ignore. Okay. So git ignore is used to ignore the files from tracking. That's it. Clear? This is a basic thing. So how to do that means, for that we'll be creating a .git ignore file in the repository, and this should be the initial commit in the repository. Okay, so please keep this point in mind. So as a best practice, even real-time environment, whenever you create any new repository, before you even add your project components, first you should add a .git ignore file with all the content. So you're going to create this file and add the content. The content can be like, what are the files you want to ignore? Let's say I want to ignore all the files of type war file and all the types of class files. Or I want to explicitly remove one file name called sample one.txt file. Or I want to remove sample.doc file. I just want to remove it. I don't want to track it. I don't want Git to track these kind of files. Means I can able to use this. Or if you want to remove the entire folder from tracking, means you can simply say target folder. Folder name will be suffixed with the, what do you call that? // So all that we are going to do here is we are going to create one .git ignore file. As soon as we create a initialize a repository and add all these contents and commit it there. So let me show you that. Let's create a new directory here. So this is just a new directory I've created. And in this directory, in this directory, I am going to initialize. Just give git init. And as soon as you initialize, your very first activity should be creating a .git ignore file. So to create a file, you can use the vi editor. Vi followed by the file name .git ignore. So git ignore file name should be exactly same. It should be prefixed with dot, and git ignore without space in small case. That's very important. It's a naming convention. Because this file is not being used by us, it is used by Git for managing the file formats. So just create a file with .git ignore. It will open up a VA editor. And here you are going to add some record content, like just go to insert mode, press I, it will take you to insert mode. And here you can add all the formats like *.war file or *.class files, *.doc, what do you call that, whatever it is, like MD, or if you say like sample1.txt file, right? So what are the file and file types you want to import? You can able to mention everything here and simply save this file. Escape :WQ to save this file in Linux. Escape :WQ, it will save the file and exit from this file. Now you should give git add and then git commit -m following message. Like you can say like initial commit for .git ignore file, because the commit message should be relevant. That's it. So once you initialize the repository, immediately you create a file with all the file content. And if you see the file content here, cat.gitignore, you should be able to see this is the file content. And my working tree is clean now. I don't have any other files at this point of time. I just create only one file, that too hidden file. If I say ls, you won't find it, but if you say ls-a, you should be able to see that file, .gitignore file. You see? This is how we create .gitignore file and add all the content. Now, let me create a file here. Echo, echo, record one. I'm going to create one new file called sample.txt. And I'm going to create, say, git status. What is expected here? So the sample.txt is considered as untracked file. Now let me create one more file. Echo. q1.class file. And if I say git status, what is expected? So what does it mean here? I have just created a q1.txt file, sorry, class file. Git is not even considering the file. It is considering only sample.txt. Why? Because in my gitignore file, I have had a template called .class. So all the files of type class will be ignored. But if I say ls, I can able to see the file available there. In the working directory is available, but you can't commit it to the repository, or you can't even add it to staging area because Git is ignoring it. All right. So if you don't want to track any file from your source code repository, you just add the file name or the file name format in the .gitignore file and commit it. And rest assured. If I say echo record one sample one.txt, and if I say git status, what is expected?
It will be hidden.
Because sample one text file, whatever we given, it is available here in the template. That's why. So now you can simply give git add, and if I say git commit -m, that's it. Okay. So this is a basic requirement. Okay, but now you want to create any repository. As part of the source code repository, it is the very first thing is we need to maintain some ignore file format. It's a very important thing. Okay, we always recommend the developers to do this activity. So for what purpose we do it? What is the real-time scenario? In which situation we need this concept?
For example, like testing, if you have any testing files that you don't have to commit it.
If I don't want to add it to store repository or Git repository, I can simply ignore it from the working directory, right?
Yeah.
But it's no longer required, I can remove it from the working directory itself, right?
The build files and all.
Build files, we like for the node module, all those things.
Yeah, the dependency files. If the Git is reading that also and comparing, it'll take some time, and there might be some complications. If somebody goes and make changes in that dependency file, then it'll go straight till that line and then compare, which might incur some time loss.
Okay. So ultimately the point is, as a developer, I am the owner of this project at this point of time. What are changes I'm making, I am responsible for the changes. And in order to do the changes, I need some compiler options. I need some properties. I need some dependencies and plugins. And all these things are meant for my personal or within the internal machine. I don't want to expose it to the remote users. Got it? So all those contents can be ignored from tracking. I'll give you one example here. Assume that this project is a 3-tier application project. Developer is writing some Java source code here. And this Java program is trying to fetch some data from a database, the SQL database. So normally developers are not supposed to hard code the credentials in the source code. If it is a user ID or password, they're not supposed to hard code in the program. So how they manage source code means usually we just maintain the source code in security vaults or any secret folder. Like I can say like there is a secrets like my SQL DB secrets. So assume that this is the file which is going to maintain the credentials for my database. So whenever I test my application, as per my application logic, first I'll read the user ID password from this file, which is encrypted, and that will be handled in my program. Not like this. It can be for your testing purpose, like test server. Yes, test credentials. So these credentials are very much sensitive. It can be applicable for that particular user. So if the project repository is having these credentials means without proper knowledge, if we add this to the local repository and if we publish it to the remote repository, what will happen? These things will get exposed to global users, right? Hope you're getting a point now.
Yes.
So without proper knowledge, if you try to publish, if you add it to staging area and if you add it to local repository and from local repository, if you push it to remote repository, these credentials will be exposed to the global users. So to prevent that, as a best practice, what we do means, what are the content you want to ignore? Just add that content or the file name in this .gitignore file like this. So then after, these changes will be available only in local machine. Whenever you try to add it to staging area, or when you try to make any changes on the file, it won't impact in the repository. And obviously it won't get into the remote environment also. Easy? So this is a very, very critical entity. As a best practice, whenever we create any new repository, like as I did here, as soon as I create a repository, the very first commit I made is add a gitignore file. Hope you noticed it. So as a best practice, that is what we should do. Before we even create our application component, first we should create .gitignore file and add all the patterns here, file patterns. And it is not like a one-time activity. Even in future also, you can add more patterns here. It's possible. And you need to commit it. Then only the Git will recognize it. Easy? Any question here? Are we good with this or no questions? Please let me know.
Yes, I'm fine.
Okay.
Can you also create this ignore file at later point?
Yeah, you can. You can create or you can update the existing file also at any point of time. But only
Okay.
the few changes will be impacted. Assume that you already committed some file here. Let's say you, in the initial commit, you added the class file in the repository, local repository. After making initial commit, if you try to add this file format in the .gitignore file, means it won't do the previous entries. But the changes will be applicable only for future commits.
Oh, okay.
So that's what the planning means. The repository planning is that's what it is. Before you actually start your work, you should understand, analyze the existing components, and you should have an end-to-end analysis, and then only you should create a ignore file.
Okay.
Okay. That's all about the git ignore. I'll come back to this while we're working on remote repository as well. So any questions so far? Are you guys able to understand the workflow or any questions? Am I making it clear to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So shall we move next topic?
Yeah.
Okay. So already we discussed about something related to remove action, right? Removing something from the staging area. Like this, assume that you have made some commits in the local repository. How to revert the changes? Let's say in this case, this mention git status or git log. I made these many commits. So how to revert the changes? In order to revert the changes, there are two options available in Git. One we call it as Git reset, and another thing is Git revert. Okay, what all changes you made in the commit, it will get cancelled. But it involves a lot of effort. So before you actually work on this, you need to understand some fundamentals. Okay, fundamentals of commit. So hope you know what is the purpose of git add. Assume that I have a working directory and I have a staging area, and this is my local repository. Working directory, staging area, and then local repository. So here assume that I have file1.txt I have created. If I issue git add command, what will happen?
It will be added to the staging.
So if I say git add means the file will be added to staging area. And similarly, if I say git commit means the same file, whatever we have in the staging area, will be added to local repository. Right?
Local repository.
And once it's added to local repository, it creates one new commit point like CM1. Commit message 1 will be created here, and the head position will point to that CM1. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Hope you can understand this workflow. Similarly, if I have one more file, file 2, and if I issue add command, this file 2 will be added to staging area. And if I say commit means this will be added to the local repository.
Local repository.
And let it be the commit message. Okay. So commit message 2, it will be added here. And what about head position here?
Will be pointing towards latest commit.
The
CM2
head will move towards latest commit. Correct. So now in my local repository, I have two commits, CM1 and CM2. If I want to revert the changes, or if I want to reset the changes, what I'm going to do? So first we'll talk about reset. So this reset can be achieved at 3 different levels. reset can be achieved using 3 different levels. One is git reset soft option. And we have something called git reset mixed and git reset hard. So these are 3 options that we use to perform the git reset activity. So all these things are going to decide what you're going to do with the content in local repository. So if you say git reset soft, guys, please pay attention. All of it. It's a very important concept here. So if I say git reset soft means it will just undo the changes, remove the changes from the local repository, and the change will back to the staging area. Got it? This is git reset soft option. So the changes will be there in the staging area as well as to be available in the working directory. And the head position will move back to the previous commit ID. Like for example, this is my CM2, and from CM2, I just want to go back to CM1. So what are the commits I made in CM2? I want to revert it. I want to cancel it or undo the changes. So if I use git reset soft option means it removes the changes of CM2 and take it back to staging area. And the head pointer will move back to CM1. Understood? Any question here? So soft option will just update the local repository. It just removes change from local repository, but changes will be there in the staging area and the working directory. And apart from soft, we have another option called mixed option. So if you use mixed option, in this case, what level means? It will take the changes back to the staging, back to the working directory. It removes the changes from the local repository, but the change will be available in the working directory. That is about mixed option. That means it won't take the data back to staging area. You'll be losing data from both staging area as well as from the local repository, but it will be permanently there in the working directory. That is about git reset mixed. And instead of if you say hard means it is a permanent removal. What are changes you made here? It will be permanently removed from local repository, your what do you call that, staging area as well as from the working directory. It's a permanent loss of data. So now you need to take a call whether you want to temporarily remove it from the local repository or you want to permanently remove from the local repository as well as from the working directory. It's up to you. So let's say, for example, if I say git reset soft means it removes the changes from
local repository.
Changes will be back to
staging
area. Changes will be available
in staging and working.
Okay. So the changes will be moved back to staging area, and the change whatever you made, it will be available in the working directory. It won't impact the working directory. And the head position, head pointer will be pointing to
the previous commit.
Specific commit you choose. It can be previous or previous to previous also. It depends, right? Whatever you're choosing, it depends. Right. So this is about reset soft option. Similarly, if I talk about reset mixed option means, so it removes the changes from local repository
and from staging
back to staging area, but the changes will be available in working directory. That makes a difference. Yeah, it just removes the entry from the local repository, and you can't expect changes in the staging area, but it will be available in working directory. And as I said, head pointer will be pointing to a specific commit. That is about git reset mixed. Similarly, if I talk about git reset hard means this will be a permanent deletion. The change will be removed from local repository, staging, or I can say like the changes will be removed from working directory. Hope you can understand the difference now. Can you able to understand the difference? So the syntax is like for any reset option, you'll be using commit ID. So to which commit you want to pass the control, you need to give the commit ID there. Okay. So I'll just show you with some examples now. Then we'll talk about the git redirect action. And it is used to undo the changes. So in any reset pointer, the head point, any reset option, the head pointer will move back to the previous commit point. And reset, it will never create any new commit point. That is one of the important property of reset. Reset will never create any new commit point, because whenever we talk about git repository, whatever we do, it will be subjected to tracking, right? So, but whenever you use reset, it is very difficult to track because it won't leave any trace of execution. So because of that, git reset is not recommended in the shared repositories. It is not recommended in the shared repositories. These are some properties of git reset. So let me show the example. So what we have here. Okay, let me go out of this. Let's create a new folder for us for this reset activity. mkdir sample repo 6 cd sample repo 6, and let's create a local repository git init. So now I'm going to make some commits. Go. Pay attention all of you. Git echo record f1.text. Git add, and then git commit FNM. Let it be like CM1, commit message 1. And let me add one more commit for file 2. And let it be add and then CM2. Oh, sorry, CM2. Let's add one more. CM3. Four. Add. 4. So just trying to create some commits, that's all, nothing else. Git log online. I should be able to see there are 5 commits we made in this repository. 5 commits we made here. And if I say ls, I should be able to see there are 5 files present in the working directory. There are 5 files present in the working directory. And if I say git status, what is expected? what is expected here in this git status? Hello, okay, so I'm audible to all?
Yes,
what happens? Boring or what?
It's not committed. So
Don't
it's
worry.
under.
Okay.
Okay.
People are losing the track. Shall we continue or have an issue there, guys?
It will be clean, right? Everything is committed.
Yeah, I hope you can see my screen, right? That's what I was asking. I just made some commits and I can see the list of files available in the working directory. And if I say status, it should be clean.
Yeah.
So now there is one more command called git ls-files. So this git ls-files command is used to get the list of files that are being tracked by Git. That means whenever you add any file to staging area, it will be available from this list. This ls is just a simple Linux command. It is used to get the list of files from the working directory. But if you want to get the list of files from the staging area means we'll be using git ls-files command. That's what you can see here. Okay. So now what I'm going to do means I'm going to reset. My latest commit is CM5. What are changes I have made in CM5? I just want to cancel it and go back to my previous commit. So for that, I can use a command git reset. Guys, please pay attention. --- soft followed by the previous commit ID. The previous commit ID is CM4. I can take, for example, now. So from CM5, I want to go back to CM4. So what I said about git reset soft option, it will just nullify the changes. Whatever changes we made in this local repository, it will be removed, but the change will be back to staging area. So execute this. And if I say git status, what is expected? The file, whatever we have added as part of our latest commit is saying like changes to be committed. It means the file is moved back to our staging area. Correct? Okay, now.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, are you able to understand this? It will remove change from local repository and change will be back to the staging area. But the changes will still remain in the working directory also. Like if I say ls, the file f5.txt is available in the working directory. And since it is available in staging area, if I say git ls-files, it should be there. Only thing is, if I say git log, one line, see, the head pointer move back to CM4. The CM5 entry has been removed from the commit history. Can you see this? The head push here.
Yeah.
The head pointer will be pointing to the specific commit now. You see? And for this activity, I don't have any log. It is not creating any commit point. That's what. Git reset will never create any new commit point whenever we make any changes. So this is what is status now, and my status says there is some change to be committed. Let me add this to local repository again. So git commit -m. I can just make it as a CM5.1 for a reference. Now, if I say git status, what is expected?
Clean, working till clean.
All committed and clean.
And if I say ls, I should have the file. And if I say git ls-files, it should be available because
All the
everything
files.
take it back. And if I say git log, one line, I should be able to see the latest commit. Now, I'll show you how to work with git reset mixed option. Here also you can use the same thing, but only thing is --- mixed followed by the previous committed you can give here. So what I'm going to do here, I want to reset this particular commit. I want to nullify all these things and go back to previous. So if I use git reset mixed means what is expected here in status?
Untracked.
Because the changes are taken back. Okay, what are changes you made? It won't be available in staging area, but it will be available in the working directory. That's what it says, untracked file. Now, if I say git ls-files, that means if I say ls, I should be able to see the file. It is available in working directory as untracked file. And if I say git ls-files, see, the f5.txt is not available here. Because it is not in staging area now, right? It's just in a working directory.
Working.
That makes a difference.
Yeah, I have a doubt. Like you just given the mixer reset option with the commit ID of like
Listen, your voice is
B4.
lot of static. I think there are a lot of background noise. I think.
Is it audible now?
No. Can you put it in chat window? Put your questions in chat window. So we are talking about the git reset mixed option. This will just reset the commit to the previous commit point. That is from CM 5.1. It should go back to CM 4. So if I say git log one line, I should be able to see control is went back to CM 4. And the status says untracked. Means it is available in the working directory. Okay. Now, if I simply say git add, it will add it to staging area, and now I can commit it back. What is it? Created or side, you say CM 5.2 for your reference. Okay. So like this, we can able to maintain the reset action. So it is just about reverting the changes, okay, or undoing changes. It is not about checking difference or pulling the data from the external things, and it's not like that. Whatever I committed already, I just want to undo the changes. That's all. So now, if I say git log one line, it is clean, and git status also it is clean here. ls will show the git all the files, and git ls-files should get me the list of files we have here. So what we can do now, we can simply go ahead and work with another option like git reset -hard followed by this commit ID. So in this case, I'm going to use git reset hard option and change the pointer back to CM4. So what I said about hard option, if I say
Yeah, here what I get the doubt. Sorry, like if you gave the ID call B42282, right? Like it's a CM41. We can't give with the CM5 ID, which is CA3C.
No, you are just going to previous commit point.
Okay,
right?
then we have to use okay, the before one. Okay, I got it. I thought we have to give the latest one. Okay.
No. So now in this case, the git reset hard will permanently remove all the changes from local repository as well as from the working directory. Now, if I say git status, it should be clean. And if I say git ls-files and ls, the file is permanently removed. What are changes you made in CM5 is permanently removed now. And the git log also is not have any clue about it. What we did actually, we don't have any clue about it. So this is the main, drawback, or it's not drawback, it's the main point to be concerned while working git reset, because without proper knowledge, without any track, we just lost the data. And if this being done by some other user, then it create a conflict. So that's the reason, if it is a shared repository, you're not supposed to use git reset hard. Okay, always be cautious while using it. So if I want, I can use one more level here. Like if I say, for example, git reset -FN hard. Instead of previous commit, if I say CM1 commit ID, from CM4, I want to go back to CM1. What will happen now? Any guess?
We lose CM3 and 2.
Yes, so we'll be using CM2, CM3 as well as CM4. So from this level, we are just moving to CM1, means all the changes that you did after CM1, everything will be deleted. If I say ls, I should be able to see only one file now. And if I say git log one line, I have only one commit point. Hope you can understand the difference now. So reset means it just permanently take your control back to the previous commit or the commit which you specified. Okay, and what are the changes you made after that particular commit point? Everything will be removed. If you say hard means it's a permanent removal. If you say mix means it just removes from the staging area and the local repository, but the change will be there in the working directory. So out of these three options, the git reset mixed is the default. Means without using this parameters, if you simply say git reset followed by commit ID means it performs git reset mixed activity only. That's what default means. Is it clear? Guys, am I making things clear to all or any question? Please let me know. Not sure how many of you are attentive here. I can see a lot of silence.
No, it's clear. Right?
Okay. So the main drawback here is we are not supposed to use git reset if it is a shared repository. Why? Because assume that more than one developers are using a repository, they are making some n number of commits in the repository. So without proper knowledge, if you simply say reset to the very first level means you'll be losing complete track of it, right? What are changes made by other developers, you'll be losing it and you can't get it back also. If you say reset hard, it removed it permanently. At least if you have some track, you can able to undo the changes, but here everything is lost. So that's the reason we never recommend this to use in shared repository. So in shared repository, then how we can able to undo the changes means for that we can use git revert. Okay, so this git revert also going to do the same activity. Git revert, it is used to undo the changes and the pointer will be pointing to a specific commit. It is used to undo the specific commit point. Okay, and it will create a new commit point for tracking changes, and it is recommended in shared repository. So as like you reset here, you don't use anything like reset soft, mix hard and all. So if you want to compare revert with reset, you can able to compare with the last option. So git revert is also same as like your git reset hard option. Git reset. Only difference is that's it. So the syntax is similar as like how you use reset, the same syntax you can able to make use of it. Like for example, git revert followed by the commit ID. And here this can be a specific commit ID. It can be any specific commit ID. So let's say, for example, here what are things we have? We have only one file, right? Let me add few commits here. What is it? Okay, whatever it is. So git log online. So I have these many commits. We made 3 commits here. Okay. And all that I want to do is I want to undo the changes. If I say git show followed by this commit ID. In this commit, I have just created one file called w2.txt with one record. I just want to nullify this. I want to cancel this specific commit. So what I can do, I can simply say git revert followed by the commit ID. Okay, followed by the commit ID. So what are changes we made in this commit that will be permanently removed? Okay, so it means w2.txt will be permanently removed from the repository as well as from the working directory. But for the removal activity, it will create one commit history. It just creates one new commit point for tracking purpose. So when you execute this command, it will ask for the commit message. You have to give a commit message, then only the revert action will be successful. So just give enter. It is waiting for your input now. It is giving a default commit message which you want to assign. If you're okay with the commit message means just save the file, escape:/wq. That's it. So with this commit message, it has reverted the changes. Now if I say git status, working tree is clean. If I say git log one line, I can able to see it is having all the commits. It has not removed any commit. Instead, it has created one new commit point. What we did here recently, we just reverted CM3, whatever we had done. And if I say ls, you can see the w2.txt has been deleted. The file, whatever we created in this commit, it has been removed permanently. All right. So that's what I said. Your git revert also it is same as like your git reset hard, but only difference is it keeps track of the changes, whatever we made. It won't remove or it won't impact the commit history. All right. And since you have the history here, if you think that by mistake you made this revert activity, you can do it. You can cancel this also, like git revert. If I give this ID, what will happen? What are things you did so far? It will be reverted again. So I'm just reverting the revert action. So let me save this. And if I say git log, it has created one new commit history. And if I say ls, I got the data back. Easy. So whenever you want to safely undo the changes, it is always recommended to use git revert. So that even by mistake, if you deleted any changes or delete the commit also, you can able to revert it again. Clear? Am I audible? Is it clear to all?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That is all about your git reset and git revert action. So one more important thing, right? While executing results, you must have noticed. I have just given some commit here. Let's say, for example, in this case, I made some commits. Git status is clean. Let me make a new commit and git add and git commit. Okay, commit message. So what is the purpose of commit message actually? Why we use this message parameter?
Easy to understand what purpose the commit we in that file we made it.
Yeah. So whenever we talk about commit, right? The commit message that you pass through -m, this message plays a very important role. So that is just to understand, as a reviewer, if I go through the list of commit IDs, if I check the log of your repository, just by looking at the log, I should be able to understand for what purpose you made the commit. This should be a descriptive one, relevant to the particular release. So in real-time environment, whenever we issue any commit, as like it, we never pass any commit message. So as a best practice, what we do means, any release or any product or any project, right? It will be having some project ID or it will be like a CR number, change request number, something like this, right? Like this, correct? So just make the CR number followed by the message, like updated payment module, like this. So I made this commit for this particular release, for this month release, October 2023 release. For the CR, I just made this changes. So this is how your commit message should be. Okay, don't simply dump your repository with a commit message as like what we're doing for demo purpose. Okay, there should be some standards you should follow. And we always expect from all the developers the same process. So assume that as a developer, when I try to commit these changes, I made some invalid entry here. And if I say git commit or git log one line, I realize that this commit message, whatever I gave is invalid. All changes are already committed. I don't have anything to commit now, but I just want to change the commit message. How to do that? Can I commit it again with the valid message? Can we? Will it work? What I did? See? Nothing to commit. Working tree is clean. That's what the status. Because already we have committed something. The repository is up to date. So we can't make any commit without making the file changes. So in order to overcome this issue, all that I can do is I can use git commit with amend option. Git commit with amend, followed by the commit message. What are the message you want to pass now? You can able to pass it here. So what I'm going to do here is, without making any changes in the file, I just want to update the commit message in the commit history. The latest commit message, whatever we have here, I just want to replace with this one. For that, we can use amend. It's done. And if I say git log one line, you can able to see it is updated with my latest message. It has not created any new commit point. Just after this, we have this one, right? It has not created a new commit point, additional commit points, but it has replaced the message appropriately. Easy. So this is how we manage the commit messages in real time also. So for the review purpose, for internal review, we use this. Is it clear to all? Yes, are we good with this? Okay.
Yes.
Fine. So the next topic is about Git branching. Okay. All these things are basic commands that is required for daily activities, but when it comes to the parallel development, we'll be using Git branching. So as I said already, Git is used for tracking the changes, used for version control changes, and is also used for parallel development. So what does it parallel development means? Any guess?
The multiple developers work on the same application.
Multiple developers can create like their own branches and merge it later.
Okay. So consider a scenario. I have a repository. And in this repository, I have a file, one.txt, or I can say like index.html. And as a developer, I am working on this particular file for this particular release. For the same release, another person also work on this. So whenever the repository being used by more than one developer, how we can able to work on it without creating impact? For that, we'll be going with a branch-based implementation. So for each and every change, for each and every feature, we can able to create a branch, and every developer can able to independently work on their branch. Branches are nothing but the logical unit of your repository. It is just a logical unit of your repository. Got it? So any user who wants to work on changes, they can independently work on changes, and once changes are ready, it will be merged to the target branch. So as far as a source code repository is concerned, let's say I have created one repository, and whenever we create repository, it creates a master branch, right? And assume that this master branch is having some commits like CM1, commit 1, commit say commit 2, and commit 3. So we have 3 commits in this repository. Assume that you have 3 commits in this repository. And let's say, for example, each commit has its own files, or it can have different files. It depends. And if we want to work on this repository parallelly, it can be individual user or multiple users. But without impacting master branch, I want to make some changes. Means I can create some feature branches like this. So what are the features you want to implement? Just create dedicated branch for the feature and start working on it. And once the changes are ready, you can able to merge the changes in the master branch. So why we can't update in master branch means this master branch is always considered as a production version. Source code. It is always considered as a production version of source code. Even when you want to copy or when you want to share anything to your remote repositories or share it with other users, we'll be giving a reference of this master branch only. That is considered default branch. So always the integrity of master branch should be maintained at the max. You're not supposed to directly update the master branch. Today, even for just for the sake of demo, I am doing all these activities in master branch. But if it is my real-time project, I never update the master branch without approval. So whatever activity you want to do, you should do it in your feature branch only. And upon proper testing and approval, that should be updated to the master branch. That is what the workflow. Are you clear with this point? So now, how the branches are created, on what basis you can create means, any developer will be allowed to create a feature branch. Like for example, consider I am an independent freelance developer. I am working for a project. Okay, the project source code is already available in my remote repository. From my master branch, I just pulled it to my local machine. But I don't want directly update my master branch. What I'll do, I'll create one feature branch out of it. So whenever I create a feature branch out of it, what are the commits you had in the master branch that will be applicable in feature branch also. In feature branch also, the change will be implemented. It is just a copy of master branch. That's it. And I can individually work on this. In the meantime, if I want to work in another feature, parallel means it can be a number of changes, right? So I can able to create another branch with feature 2. That is also a copy of master branch, like this. So like this, we can able to have a number of feature branches created based upon the master branch, and all these things are just a copy of master branch. So a logical copy, not a physical copy, logical copy. Is it clear? So this is a strategy 1. There are a lot of scenarios, okay? So let me put it in this way. Scenario 1. So in order to work on this branching, first we should clearly understand the concept of Git branching strategies. Git branching strategies. So Git branching strategy is what it is. Like I can have if there is only one user and I want to work on only one feature means I can use a strategy. At any point of time, I'll be working with only one feature means I have feature branch and I can able to merge the master at any point of time. That is scenario 1. There is one more scenario for improvisation where I can able to have more than one feature branch like this. It means as a developer, I want to work in more than one feature. And once I'm done with my feature, I can able to merge it in master branch. So consider scenario. In this particular case, I have only feature 1. Whenever I make any change feature 1, I can directly update to master branch. It won't create any conflict. But here I have 2 branches, feature 1, feature 2. When both the branches are ready, can I able to directly merge to master branch? Can I directly merge into master branch?
No, you can't.
No,
Before
you
pushing,
should
I
go
have
for
to
the
pull
So,
from master branch.
So it means whenever there is some changes happen in the feature 1 and 2, if I try to update the master branch, it might create some conflict in master branch. But the master branch might get some conflict. So to overcome this, what I do means I never allow the feature branch to interact with the master. So I'll be introducing my intermediate branch called dev branch. So this develop branch is meant for developer 1. So I can simply select developer 1 branch. So this is how we manage. So whatever we want to do, once it is done, just update the changes in the dev branch, and from dev branch, you can able to merge the master branch. So that is how you can able to maintain your integrity of master branches. Why? Because there are many scenarios where more than one features can work on the same file. And when you try to update the same file in target branch, it will create a conflict, merge conflict. So to avoid the merge conflict in the master branch, you introduce one dev branch. And even if merge conflict occurs, it will impact the dev branch only, not the master branch. That's scenario 2. And this is at the single developer. Consider scenario, I have one more developer in place. Okay, at the team level, I have one more developer. Let's say, for example, in scenario 3, I want to have one more developer in my project. Developer 2. So now in my project, I have 2 developers. Both the developers are going to work on the same repository, and each developer have their own feature branches. So when developer 1 is completed the changes, he can able to merge the master branch. Similar, developer 2 also can able to merge the master branch. But if we allow them to do this activity, definitely they will create some conflict in the master branch, right? Because both are independent, 2 independent changes, correct? So without proper review, if you update the master branch, it creates the impact here. So to overcome this, what we do means, we'll be introducing one integration branch. So all the developers, once they're done with the changes, they can update the changes in the integration branch, and from integration branch, it will be merged in the master branch. Easy? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
So at any point of time, the master branch, whatever we have, it should not have any impact. So before you merge anything to master branch, you should properly review it in the lower level itself. So now how the work goes, the CM1, like whenever we have, this is the default thing here, we can able to assume. This is the default one. So once the feature 1 changes are ready, I can able to update the changes to here, like feature 1 and feature 2. So this feature 1 and feature 2 has been updated in dev branch 1. Similarly, for developer 2 also, their features will be merged here. Now, once these 2 developers are done with the changes, we can simply merge all the things into integration branch. Like I can say like developer 1, feature 1, and developer 2, feature 2, like this. Similarly, we can able to take it to the higher level. See, try to understand the hierarchy, okay, how I'm maintaining the feature branches and where it is getting merged. So these feature branches can able to interact only with the dev branch, and the dev branch can able to interact only with the integration branch. And from integration branch, we will push it to the master. Easy? Is that clear or not?
Yes.
So this is something to my dev1, developer 1 features, I can say.
Sai, I have a question here. When you said, feature brand integration brand, is there any kind of restrictions would be set between the branches? Only feature branch can be merged with development
That is what
branch and
the
development.
process is going to decide. The process
Okay.
is going to, that's what we're doing now actually. The
Okay.
scenario, what we do, right? That's what we're doing now. So in scenario 3, we assume that in a team, there are more than 1 developers, and each developer have their own features, and they can able to merge to the integration branch and then to master. Now, consider this process is getting more intense. Okay. I have more than 1 teams involved in the process. More than 1 team wants to work on the same repository. So in the case, what you can do means you can introduce one more workflow like this. Let it be scenario 4. And in the scenario 4, what I'm going to do means I'm going to have the same set of integration branch. This is for team 1, and this is for team 2. Because in a team, there will be a number of developers, and each developer can have their own features, right? So for each team, we should have one integration branch, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
So can you able to integrate the changes from team 1 and 2 directly to master now?
No.
No. So what we can do means here we can able to introduce one more level called release branch. And this release branch also by default will be having the versions of the master. And it is purely based upon the intermediate one. So now when team 1 is ready with their changes, they can able to merge their changes to release branch, like team 1 changes. Similarly, if team 2 is ready, they can merge changes into release branch like this. And from release branch, we can able to merge it to the master branch like C14. Combining both the team changes, I'm merging everything into the master branch like this. Is it clear? So this is how we maintain the integrity of a master branch. So ultimately, we can't avoid any conflict, but we can able to avoid the conflict in the master branch by introducing some branching strategies. So now if you look into the strategy 4, this can be implemented for any level. It can support a number of teams. Even in future, if more than one team is want to access my repository, they can able to access it without any conflict. So this is what the best practice we follow in any real-time environment. It's all just to protect, just to maintain the integrity of master branch. Easy? Is that clear or not?
Clear, sir.
Yes.
So see how I've improvised it, starting from the very initial level with one feature and master. Whenever the team grows, team size grows, whenever more features are going to get accommodated or more than one developers are going to involve, or more than one team is going to involve, you should be able to properly plan your strategy. And you should stick to the strategy. Correct. So if you are talking about this feature branch 1 means it is meant for developer 1 and that too meant for team 2. You can't allow this feature to directly update in this integration branch or this dev branch. The hierarchy, the workflow should be properly maintained. If you follow this strategy, definitely it won't create any conflict in master branch, and you've been able to achieve 100% integrity of data in master. Any question?
No, sir. Good.
So this is all about our Git branching strategy. Okay. Git branching strategy. So I'll just stop with this for now. If you have any queries, you can ask me those questions in the next 10 minutes. So in the next session, I'll show you how to create the branch and how to work on the branching and how to check if there is any merge conflict occurs or how to fix the merge conflict and what are the best practices. Okay. Are we good? Any questions, please let me know, guys. So what I'm going to do means I'm going to copy this content in source code repository. This is the source code repository. So let me go to this class notes and let me edit this file. Yes. So your document is up to date now. Repository is getting updated. I just updated class notes. So people who are accessing this repository for the very first time, for your information, in this repository, you'll be getting all the class notes, okay, on day-to-day basis, whatever we are doing, it will be available here. All right. And you should have a valid account in GitHub. Just if you don't have account, just create account here with a valid email ID. And once you get this link, if you want to copy to your account, just click on fork option. The fork option will copy the repository into your account. And then after, you can simply click on sync for to gain access. Or if you're not interested to fork the repository, you can directly bookmark this link. This link will be available till you complete your training and even after that. So you can make use of it. And in addition to the DevOps, what is this intro class? Oh, sorry, I'll do one thing. It might create some confusion. Let me do one thing. I will just okay. So what we'll do now, what are things we did today? So I will just create a separate folder for Git module, okay? Module wise, we'll maintain the class notes so that it'll be easy for you to refer the things. All right. So what are the content we have here? It is available in this Git folder. Let me commit this. And yeah, you can see the Git folder now. Within that, you can able to see there is a class notes for Git module. And if you want, I'll do one more thing for you. Like, okay, this is the one, right? Okay. So let me get you the complete list of commands, whatever we have executed so far. This is for your reference. So I'll be keeping all these things in your notes, in your class notes. Is that fine?
Yeah.
So I guess we started from that folder name, your folder, batch folder, right? Let's say, yes. So from here. You put it in your repository as well. Okay. So this is just for reference. All the commands, whatever we executed, is available here for reference. Please make use of it. Okay. So any other information needed here on this repository? So apart from this Git module, I have also kept one PDF file here. This PDF is just help you to create a new free tier account. Because as we discussed already, whenever we try to practice any modules like Git, Jenkins and all, we'll be using our cloud platform. So first we have to create an account in free tier in AWS cloud platform, and we'll be creating some VMs there. So how to create a free tier account means you can follow this instruction, and it is available in my class notes also. Like what are the parameters you need, like your email ID, phone number, and other stuff. So if you're unable to access PDF, it might be because of the size of the PDF. So all that you can do is just click on the repository level, and you can see there is a code option, and click on download zip. So this will download a zip file. The entire repository will be downloaded as zip file, extract zip file, and you can able to see the PDF there for access. Got it? So people who joined today, please ensure that you have this. Any question?
No, sir, I'm good. Need to try with, the comments. You get your hands.
All right, yes. That's all for today. If you have any queries, please stay back. Otherwise, you can log off, no problem. I think the sessions are getting progressive, right?
Yes.
Or it's boring? Because I'm not getting a response from everyone here. Like I can see a lot of silent audience still. Not sure what is stopping there. If you have any concerns or queries, just let me know. And what about your poll? Have you submitted it?
Done, sir.
Okay. I think you guys got the poll feedback, right? Just please try to address it.
Yep.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So any queries from anyone? All right, guys. Thank you. Spend your time. You have 1 week, right? So please properly utilize the timing. Practice as much as possible. And next session will continue with Git. Okay. We have something on branch level working, like creating a branches and working with branches, and then we'll start about remote repository handling. So the next week I'll continue with the Git module, and then we'll start with Jenkins module as well. Right?
Will there be any lab session where we can practice?
This is what you're going to practice actually. The commands, whatever I shared with you, right? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
What are things I demonstrated? You're going to practice everything first of all. So to practice this only, I ask you to install Git in your machine, right? Yeah, just go with the flow. So the class recordings, you'll be getting it by tomorrow. Monday, every Monday, you'll be getting the recordings there. Lab sessions, that's what you're asking, right? Like
yeah, like I just wanted to know if there will be anything separate where you would ask us to write an assignment or something like that.
No. First thing is let's practice the fundamentals. Okay, what are things we're covering here? Just try to practice it. Once you cover all these things, then we'll give you some assignments based upon the modules, whatever we cover.
Yeah.
So just to start up, can I share the screen as we done with the session?
Yeah, no problem. What's the query?
No, how to start this JIT? I just opened it. I think participant screen sharing is disabled.
That's all. What's the question like?
Oh, okay. Just starting up, starting the creating the directories and all. The dollar prompt.
Now you should get your option to share the screen.
Okay, just the dollar prompt and all. Okay, you said I can you work on this C drive, right? That's what I said.
You don't have any other drives, right, in your machine?
No.
Okay, then you can get into C drive. CD space C:. Just type pwd command.
Yeah, that's.
Just type pwd. Okay, so currently you are on which drive? C drive.
Yeah.
Users/Vinay, right?
Right.
Okay. Do one thing. Just give cd ... Is that your personal laptop or office?
Yeah, it's my personal laptop.
Okay. Just clear the screen. Just give CL clear. CLEAR. Okay. Now type pwd. Okay. Type cd space c colon cd space c colon c colon.
Oh, okay. C column. Okay.
Enter. Okay. Now type pwd. So currently you are on C drive
Okay.
at the home directory. Okay. So you can create a folder now.
Okay. Okay. Now from here I can do the folders. Okay.
Here, the parent folder.
Right. Something I will create. Okay. From here I can, I think I guess.
No, not a repository. It is a parent folder. Okay. September or October batch, something. You can just give your project name or something like DevOps practice. Let it be. Enter. Now cd to the DevOps folder. Now you can create a repository. mkdir repo1. And now go to that repository, cd to that repository.
Okay. Okay.
And within that repository only, you're supposed to give a git in it. Correct?
Okay.
So if you want to create another repository, what you'll do? You'll go back, just give cd dot dot and make directory mkdir. No, cd dot dot enter.
Yeah.
And then mkdir.
Okay.
Report 2. Yeah. And in that report 2, you can initialize it again. Okay.
Okay.
All right, guys. All right. Any other question?
No, that's all. Thank you. Thank you.
So please ensure that you enter into that DevOps directory and create the repos so it will be easy for you to manage without impacting C drives.
I'm in that, right? C DevOps reporter.
That's right. Because tomorrow, if you restart, right, it will go back to the default path under Vinay, user Vinay.
Oh, okay.
You should not resume that activity. So just try to ensure that you are in the current directory.
Okay.
DevOps.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Yeah, sure.
Sai, I have one doubt. You told that git ignore, right? Can you tell me that part alone once? Like, how can the steps?
So you have to create a folder. Okay, just go through my class notes and recordings. Okay, it'll be easy for you to understand the flow. So you understood the purpose of git ignore, right?
I understand. Like
After
that is different. Like you told, like there is no steps in that
that's the reason I gave
that
a
nodes.
command.
Vi
See, what you can
some
do, yeah. So what you can do means you can use VI editor to create a file.
okay.
Okay, it
Can
is
I do
not.
it now? I was
Don't directly jump into git ignore. Before you need to practice some fundamentals, right? Just go
okay.
with it, then it will be easy for you to perform the activity.
Okay.
So just go with the flow, starting from repository creation, adding creating a file in the working directory, adding the file to staging area. Just go step by step, and then
Okay.
get git ignore. So it will be having some continuity.
Okay.
Follow the recordings. Okay, recordings will be available by tomorrow, right? So just follow the
Okay.
recordings and the notes. It's achievable only.
Okay.
So any other queries from anyone? Yeah, sure, no problem. You can log off. Thank you. If you don't have any queries, you can log off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all. Bye.